Good morning, dear viewers. We are back with yet another exciting day from Spilimbergo, where Levy Rosman, aka Gotham Chess, is about to start his fifth round game. And today we are going to have two games. This is the morning game. It's pretty early in Italy. 9:30 a.m. is when the games are about to start, which is, from my point of view, in exactly 11 minutes. And later today, there will be another game to be played. That being said, I would like to mention that there's still the 10-minute delay enforced for the transmission. The reason is the fair play concerns that the organizers have imposed. All the games are relayed with a delay, and also that's why the stream, in order to synchronize it with the video that Levy is sending to me from the playing venue, the stream is delayed itself by 10 minutes. So everything you're going to see, I'm going to show the moves. It basically already happened 10 minutes ago. So I hope it's not a problem to you. That's the best we can do. It might be a bit difficult for me to engage with the chat in real time. And I just hope the things that happened yesterday, it won't happen today. I mean, that kind of behavior from some of the viewers, I think it was unacceptable. And I think that chess deserves a bit more. So that being said, let's focus on what's at present here today. Levy is getting ready for his game. His opponent is a young Italian player, Stefano Maldonado Gonzalez. He's 15 years old. And Levy did some prep in the morning. I tried to help as much as I could. We did not really have a lot of games to work on. Stefano, I tried to draw a player's portrait for him. And I think that he's a melee positional player who plays solid opening, center-based. He really likes, by the way, from the West perspective, Italian game. And also versus White's e4, he likes to respond with e5. So Levy is aware of this. Also versus d4, he plays d5, e6, etc. And yeah, there you see Levy is all smiles. He is talking to somebody on the camera right now. And we had to choose what to play for this game. And unless Levy has a last-minute inspiration like yesterday with a c5 and the Caro-Kann third move, I did not know that he's going to do it. I was fully aware that he's going to play the Caro-Kann yesterday, but not the line that he played. Apparently he changed his thoughts at the last minute. For this game, the plan is to play the English opening. The English opening always has been a Levy's pet weapon for many, many years. He really likes the opening. As soon as we started to work together, starting this May, I proposed that Levy should incorporate some ready opening in his repertoire, and he was very excited about it. Already played quite a number of games with good results. But in this tournament, the start is not great for Levy. I mean, let's just face it. He won the very first game rather quickly, without a fight basically, and the next three games, Levy finished in a draw versus slightly lower-rated opponents. They were good opponents. And I think all of them were title players. So Levy played two of those games with the black color. And he had some chances yesterday. He had winning chances in round two. But I think the main problem for him so far has been the time management. And we have talked about this many, many times. We talked about it this morning. And Levy is aware of the problem. And the plan is, the suggestion is that he should play a bit lighter. Maybe try not to be the perfectionist, overly think on equal choices. Just make a choice and stick to it. And I think that we could expect today that Levy's going to play faster and lighter. At least that's my hope. And hopefully it's going to be good enough to score the victory. So Levy is in good spirits. Yesterday, he was not disappointed. I mean, okay, if you're not winning 3 games in a row, I mean, you're probably quite unhappy. But he was pretty okay after the game, at least about the game itself. And he said that after the game, he had some very interesting analysis with Livia. They shared some interesting ideas, so he absolutely enjoyed it. Yeah, that's when he learned about the chat later. That was pretty terrible. But he liked the game. And he learned tons of things in that game. So the plan for today is that after the English opening of c4, I'm not sure what to expect from Stefano, because Stefano has played 1 game. We checked the database. He has played exactly 1 game, c4, e5. And Levy has prepared something against that. If we are going to get there, I'm going to walk through the top process. If this is not going to happen, then I'm simply not going to reveal Levy's prep. But I think there's a fair chance that Stefano, after c4, he might play e6, d5. And I was wondering why he's not doing this against c4. And I noticed one thing is that Stefano likes to play d5, e6 against d4. Against Reti, his repertoire is not very solid. And against c4, he has played exactly 1 game, at least in the database. So I was unable to find any more games, even online. I checked what Stefano plays himself with white. He plays e4 with white. So there's that. And basically, we were just guessing. We're just guessing what's going to happen. Your preparation takes only this far. You do your best. You do your homework. And you hope it's going to be enough. Levy had a good sleep, finally, more or less. He said in the morning that he had good interrupted 6-hour sleep during the night. I mean, he was suffering because of some bad sleep in the past nights. I mean, he arrived here in Spilimbergo only a day before the start of the tournament, flying from New York to Italy. So, but he's recovering. Yeah, we were wondering that probably there were reasons why he was unable to come earlier. And basically, this is what Levy said, that he could not come earlier. He's perfectly aware that when you're crossing so many time zones, it's a good idea to arrive earlier. So thank you, all of you, for your concerns and suggestions that he should have arrived a bit earlier. He's aware of this. Sometimes you just can't do it. I believe, is that the opponent? No, I think it's one of the fans. Also, Levy said yesterday he talked with some Italian fans. He really likes to play there. They're playing in a big sports hall. About 500 players are in the venue. And yeah, it's also, of course, an extra pressure for the opponents. I mean, not everybody can really endure the stress when they feel they're in front of big audience. So until the start of the round we have still 3 minutes. And we'll see. I also noticed a couple of things in Stefano's gameplay, as this was my job to try to draw a psychological portrait of the opponent when you don't know much about his opening choices. He's mainly a positional player. There you go, there he arrives on the board. And my theory was that Levy should try to be a bit more spicier chess. Not play boring chess, not play solid chess. So I had a feeling that maybe Stefano, in a bit more complex positions, is not feeling so well. He has been underperforming against higher rated opponents, and I noticed that sometimes he starts to play passive. So we'll see. All right, 1 minute to go. It's gonna be tough. So today again we have 2 games. The time control is 90 minutes for the entire game, plus 30 seconds per move. This is going to be a long game. It's not gonna end in 30 minutes, unless, of course, one of them is gonna blunder heavily. This happens rarely. I think that on average we can expect 3 to 4 hours. And then the game is going to be decided. Of course, I hope that finally Levy is going to score a victory. 3 draws in a row, it does affect your confidence. I can definitely tell you that. You want to win. But again, nothing dramatic has happened yet. And we are perfectly ready for this. That not always things are going to go your way. That not always Levy's going to win. Not always he's going to have a great start in the tournament. This is how it is. That's the road to the Grandmaster title. It's a very exciting one. And we are going to see. But ultimately, of course, I'm 100% positive that Levy is going to get the GM title. The question is when. So we're in for a treat. And I wish to all of you an exciting day. Last time we were doing the double round, it lasted in total of 9 hours. I don't think it's going to be so long today. Obviously, there will be a break between the rounds, and hopefully Levy will have enough time to recover between the rounds. But he looks okay. He looks all right. And we are waiting for the start. And see how it's going to go. All right. Again, I think English opening will be played. We're looking at several openings, like I already said. Reti opening, E4 even was a consideration. And we tried to model the game, how it's going to continue. I mean, this is part of the prep. You try to do your homework and predict where to take the game. And since you're playing with white, you can choose the directions. I mean, sometimes you don't get the advantage, but you can choose the direction. As Vagobel says on Twitch, he has a good feeling of today's match. So do I. So do I. I think it's going to be good. Levy is very focused. And I also would like to believe that with every single game, he's going to perform better and better. He feels better. He has more sleep. He's concentrated. He wants to win. There's the start of the game. Shake hands. C4 is on the board. All right. Now the big question is, what's going to happen? E5? E6. All right. This is what I was telling to Levy this morning, that you can't really rely that your opponent is going to play E5. And actually, Levy said himself that with such a solid repertoire that Stefano is playing D5, E6 versus D4, it's a bit odd that he plays C4, E5. So we talked about some of the systems, but I finally suggested, listen, Levy, you have to be ready that Stefano might just transpose to those D5 setups and play E6, although there's no games in the database. Levy's ready. He is perfectly ready for this. So knight f3, d5 is played. So that now you see how normally Stefano was playing these positions after d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3. He would normally play knight f6. This is how Stefano was normally treating d4. Or sometimes with d4 he will play knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, and d5, which is basically the same. And that's why the logic is that after c4, you can get to the same position. And before the game, we were speculating. Okay, maybe I was speculating mainly that his opponent might play c6, d5, because I noticed that in past couple of games, Stefano has been trying to employ the Slav. But my logic was maybe after c6. This is not so clear for the young Italian because Levy still might play e4 and some sort of a Panov. And this is one of the lines in the Caracan. And perhaps Stefano doesn't play Caracan. I mean, he does not. And it's actually quite tricky. So that's why e6 was a pretty logical guess that it's going to happen. Knight f3, d5, e3, and knight f6. This is essentially what Levy already has played before. I don't think that Levy did a lot of prep on this. So basically, we had some discussions about directions to take. And all you need to know that he has played this before. If I'm not terribly mistaken, one of his games in New York versus Alexander Savanovic, if you're following his previous adventures. So I think in that game, Levy played b3 or knight c3. All right, I just wanted to show the idea that very often the idea here is to play b3, here, bishop b2, castles, knight c3. And when black plays c5, the idea push d4, c takes, e takes, and d4. Levy knows this. So exactly this setup, I think, might be appearing on the board. And knight c3, c6. All right. The semi-Slav. This should be a small surprise. In the opening prep, like I already said, I noticed that he plays some Slav. I think there were a couple of semi-Slav games. And again, we had no games to work with this the current ordered moves. But normally the idea of the semi-Slav is that black wants to play knight e7, bishop d6, and push e5. So in a classical sense, a semi-Slav would be d4, d5, c4, c6, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, e6, e3, knight e7. Okay, there's obviously different moves available for black as well, but you get the point. And now what we have here on the board right now is that Levy has not yet played e4. So this gives him some room for improvisation. There's b3, bishop b2. There's d4, and go for the main lines. Also, there could be some slower moves like bishop e2. But maybe queen c2 is a move to play some sort of Sicilian Tamanov with colors reversed. But b3 is on the board. Salt Cree says, Spilimbergo is beautiful on Twitch chat. I hope he has the time to see some of the city. Very nice. I've never been in Spilimbergo. Last year, I was passing by that region. I've been in Venice a couple of times because Spilimbergo is about 1 hour and 20 minutes drive to the north from one of the most famous Italian cities, Venice. I love the city. I would love to return there. And the small town of about 12,000 inhabitants is located not so far from the borders of, was it Slovenia? I think Slovenia, or Croatia, Slovenia. Sometimes I get a bit confused. And Austria. So it's a very beautiful region. And yeah, I mean, Italy for me is one of my absolute favorite countries. I've been there a couple of times. Not always just related. So it's a great place to be. And I think also that was one of the reasons why Levy decided to go there and not someplace else. And I believe in general, this is what allows us to play some of the best chess. Beautiful place, good environment, friendly people, nice and spacious playing venue, good food, and good hotel. So if you do all of this, if you tick all the boxes, it's going to be a great tournament. Mostly, at least for me. So I'm telling from my perspective. My own rating has been over 2600, 2631. Right now I have dropped a bit below. Not really an active chess player. So I've been focusing mainly on coaching. So as already said, I've been coaching Levy since this May. Also, I'm writing some chessable courses, running a Twitch and YouTube YouTube video, my apologies, YouTube channels. So you can check them out if you like them. And it's been basically so far absolutely fascinating couple of months for me, working together with Levy. Very interesting challenge. And probably repeating for the millionth time, I do believe he's going to get the Grandmaster title. All right. By the way, a couple of moves have been played. So Bishop d6 was played. I mean, it makes sense. Black wants to build some sort of Christmas tree. Like, look at this. Looks like a tree, except it's reversed. Put the knight on d7 and push e5, so this makes perfect sense. Bishop b2 should castle. So you might be wondering why Levy's not playing d4. I mean, just push d4. Just push d4. Well, it's not so obvious. Because if you push d4, you just transpose to the main theory. For example, black is going to play knight e7. And let's say you play bishop e2. So you need to watch out for moves like e5. This might be a problem at the right moment. Maybe this is not the right moment. So the point is c takes, and you need to watch out for the e4 push. And if you take it, we get to some sort of an IQP, which IQP meaning is an isolated queen pawn structure. That's the shorter way to say it, IQP. Isolated queen's pawn. The queen is here. This is queen's pawn. And Levy would love to have this. But obviously there might be other moves like b6, bishop b7, c5, maybe e5 later. And his idea in general of not rushing with e4 is that he quite maybe doesn't mind the e5 push. For example, think about the move bishop e2. So the idea is that if black pushes e5, which feels like a no-brainer, I mean, you're just taking the center. Or what about c takes on d5? C takes on d5 and knight b5. You see, suddenly now this bishop on b2 is pretty active. And the bishop cannot retreat. So black would have to play something like knight c6. Now you can take it, and maybe play d4. Now you play d4. With the idea to play knight e5. Maybe not much, but at least white has eliminated black's Dachshund bishop. So that's the idea, essentially. Not to rush with d4, and then toy with these ideas of c takes on d5 and knight b5. But I suppose at some point he's going to have to push d4, most likely anyway. So right now Levy's choosing between d4, or maybe some improvising move like bishop e2, maybe queen c2. Sometimes in these positions, white can afford to play an idea like g4. Yeah, this feels like crazy. So the idea of g4 would be that you play rook g1, you open up the g file, and after knight f6, you play queen c2 along castle. Yeah, I'm perfectly aware that the engine says that this is so ridiculous, but let me show you a similar line in the Slav. d4, d5, c4, c6, here, knight c3, e6, e3, knight e7, bishop d3, bishop d6. Was it here? I think it was here. Maybe I'm slightly mixing it up. But this was the so-called, was it with the, no, I think it was here. Maybe it was queen c2, bishop d6, and now g4. I'm sorry. I don't play this regularly. Yeah, I think it was here. I don't play this regularly with white. And this is the so-called Shirov-Shabalov attack that white sacrifices the pawn on g4. With knight g4, rook g1, apply some pressure here. Let's say black collects the pawn, take it. White plays rook g7, white plays e4, bishop e3, long castle, and this king's in danger. So actually, it's a very big concept, and it was brought to practice, I believe, at the same time by Alexei Shirov and Alexander Shabalov, two former Latvian players. So I'm looking at this position, and I'm thinking there could be some similar ideas. By the way, d4 was just played, d4. So this idea of g4 at some moment could be a possibility for Levy to execute. Knight e7 is played. So basically what we have got here is a transposition of the position here. Knight f6, knight c3, e6, e3, knight e7, as if Levy had played b3 and bishop b2. Exactly the same position. And by the way, maybe you haven't really thought about it too much, but the transposition, changing the order of the moves in the opening part, and especially in the prep, is a huge part of competitive chess. Because when you're doing the prep, what you're trying to do, you try to find some holes in your opponent's prep. So you toy a bit, you know. Okay, I see you're a d4 player. Can I start with c4? What happens if I play knight f3, c4? What happens if I start with knight f3, b3, then I play c4, d4? So very often, competitive players, including Levy, we're digging. We're digging into the opponent's prep in the games that the opponent has played both over the board and online, just to get something out of it. And very often, young players, they have some flaws because they don't have yet the experience. They don't have yet the games played in this particular line. And if you mix up the order and moves, they might be confused. Okay, maybe not the case nowadays, because with the developments of websites like Chessable, etc., basically every young player and club level players get access to high level opening preparation. Yeah, and here Stefano plays very quickly. Bishop d3. Was that the move? Or was it bishop e2? There are some differences. Putting the bishop on d3 or on e2. So if you play bishop e2, the bishop e2 might be better positioned against the e5 push. So e5, if you take it, oh wait, I think it was like this. D takes, knight e5, c takes on d5, c takes on d5. Obviously, white doesn't want to blunder the queen. This would be really bad. Basic trick. That's a check. You're dropping the queen. But again, the big idea is going for the IQP. like castles, takes, bishop e6. White just enjoys a very nice pressure. Maybe put the queen on d4 or put the knight on d4 and just presses this pawn, and black is suffering big time. At least in theory. But there might be some drawbacks to the move bishop e2. For example, knight e4. So black says, let's play this Stonewall Dutch. With the idea, I want to play f5. For example, f5, rook f6, rook h6, g5, g4. And maybe white's setup against a Stonewall is not really ideal. And for example, if white would play here knight e4, takes, black would play f5 at e5. And he's doing great. So that's why there's some downsides for every single move. And bishop d3, not only it means that Levy wants to play e4, but also it stops knight e4, f5. Yeah, you could argue, of course, maybe knight e4 was possible right now. Maybe, okay, let's not focus too much on those details, but so that you understand, none of the moves, they're random at this level. There's usually a very good reason why they're playing it. And Stefano is apparently still within the prep. So he wants to play e5. So what happens if Levy plays show castle? Gotta be d5 push. So e5. And now the problem is you could play c takes on d5. Because this would be great, right? Takes, and I don't know, something like bishop e2. And even though white has wasted the tempi, we get the same position, the ideal position, with a weakness on d5, something we can target. But the problem obviously is e4. That's why black plays rook e8, so that he can play e5, e4. Bring a fork. I mean, you can include a trade here, but it doesn't change the result. You're losing a piece. So that might be a problem. e5 is this threat. You have no time for c takes on d5. Now d takes, knight e5. We can attempt to do the same, like c takes on d5. But now there's going to be problems with knight f3. So you're thinking, wait a second, am I not getting the ideal position with queen f3? C takes on d5 and etc. Well, you're losing the queen. That's a problem. There's no squares to go. And obviously you don't want to play g takes on f3 because the king is exposed. And I'm not sure, maybe knight e5, queen h4 is a thing for black, and the white is just worse. So that's why show castle e5 is a big move. And now the question is what to do. D takes, knight e5. You cannot take it. Knight f3, bishop g4 is a big threat. So I suppose you have to take. Bishop e5. So it's not a lot. So you have to take on d5. You need to watch out for some great gifts. Like bishop h2, king h2, knight g4. I have no idea if this works. The idea is to play for black queen h4, queen h2, queen h1. Very deadly attack. Let's hope it never happens. So that's why I suppose it's just equal. C takes on d5, knight e5, and black is actually perfectly fine. Very active bishop on e5. The bishop on b2 is pretty sad. Not sure I like it. And the question is what to do. Maybe Levy should have played bishop e2 instead. This is a small surprise in the opening. We quite did not expect this. Levy had some ideas what to do against the Slav. The semi-Slav was not quite in our radar. But, I mean, still the position, of course, very healthy. And Levy needs to figure out what to do. Maybe queen c2 is a move. Think about long castle ideas. Again, black is going to play e5. So it could be something like c takes. Now there's no e4. By the way, you see, white has enough defenses to defend against e4. And let's say c takes on d5. Can you do the same? D takes, knight e5, and try to play, I don't know what, maybe here? And some sort of a knight e2, get the ideal position. Makes sense. This perfectly makes sense. So if Levy gets to this position, avoids the Greek gift sacrifice on h2, for example, something like this. If Levy gets to this position, something like a check, here, takes. He's very happy. And in theory, White's dream position, when we talk about the IQP, the isolated queen's pawn, is that you want to have the knight against the bishop. So, knight versus knight is considered to be nothing. The bishop usually is the bad piece. So, black has difficulties to activate the bishop. And even if you sometimes play most like bishop h5 and bishop g6, white can just decline it. I'm not sure how though, to be honest, but just telling the idea. Queen c2, by the way, was played and e5 is on the board. Wow. Stefano is so well prepped in this game. Applying a lot of pressure to the opponent is a big part of the game. So you want to play quick. You want to be confident. And so far, Levy's opponent appears to be well prepared for the game. But, you know, things are still pretty okay for Levy, because you really have to try to mess up things from the White's perspective. So maybe the position is still equal, it's not a draw. There's a question on YouTube chat. Is the GM norm in this tournament still possible? Well, theoretically. I mean, I don't think that Levy is thinking about the GM norm right now. For that, you would basically have to win all of the remaining games and catch 3 Grandmasters, because that's one of the main requirements. Play against 3 Grandmasters, and I believe 6 total players, and have the rating performance of 2600. So he is quite a bit far from this in this tournament. But again, that's part of the road. We are perfectly ready for this. And even some misfortunes, they teach some valuable lessons. Let me check what else you're writing there. G4 even, black has castle. Are you referring now to my discussion about a G4 attack? I'm not exactly sure. It's just an idea. But I don't think it's going to happen anymore. So, no need to talk about that anymore. One of the comments in the chat, on Twitch chat, I really like it. Basically, the requirements for Levy to become a Grandmaster is that he needs the 3 Grandmaster norms, which is performing at 2600. And this is difficult. Because you might be confused. Wait a second. I thought that you need 2500 to be a Grandmaster. Yeah, that is one of the requirements. The actual ELO rating, even when it's live, like you just beat somebody within the tournament, and in the live rating, you cross 2500 threshold. Yeah, that is correct. But for the norms, you need to be playing 100 points higher. So this is essentially world top 200 performance. That's why it's so tough. So not only you need to be performing at the GM level, which is 2500, you need to be performing above that. That's why the GM norms are so tough, and he needs to make 3 of them. And we have talked about this. I kind of suggested that the hardest norm for Levy is going to be the first one, because you need to believe in yourself. And Levy believes in himself. You know, at the very beginning, when we started work, he wanted to do it, but I was not quite sure if he believes. I mean, that's a different thing. There's one thing, I want to accomplish this, I want to do it, but another thing is believing yourself that you can do it. And after Madrid, I think Levy believes. He believes he can do it, because nobody expected that he's going to perform so well. He almost got the first GM norm. Of course, he was heartbroken by the missed opportunity in round number 8. Like, he had a very good position versus the guy who eventually got the GM norm. He could have won the game. Levy lost. Painful lesson. Would have been fantastic if he had won the game. But he believes. And I believe. The camera is laggy. Yeah, the story about the camera. You know, during the first round of the coverage, we relied on the Wi-Fi of the playing venue. Yeah, you never know how it's going to work. But it was laggy. So what happened is that for round 2, I kind of proposed that Levy should use one of those eSIMs that provide unlimited data. Levy did it, and then 1 hour in, the broadcast, not the broadcast, but the video feed crashed. Yeah, that was pretty terrible. So, my responsibility for suggesting something so silly, although I should have been working, and now Levy's back on using the Wi-Fi. That's why from time to time it's loading. If there's going to be a longer delay, the synchronization between the board and the video is going to be extremely big. Then I'm going to simply refresh the window and hopefully get the actual feed. All right. By the way, if you're interested what the chess.com engine says, Levy plays at 99.8% accuracy. Which is great, right? Well, Stefano plays 100%. I mean, okay, it means nothing because exactly 9 moves got been played, but black is solid. So again, I think we might be going for this line. What was it? C takes, D takes, 95 here, and 92. Is this a thing? By the way, I'm seeing D4. Now the point is, you're gonna take on D4. Takes, and queen takes. This is pretty easy for black to find. So I suppose white would have to do something else. But what is it? E4? Show castle is risky due to bishop h2. But at least this is sort of unbalanced. Like maybe, I'm not sure, bishop g4 something with rook c8. Tough to say. F3 could be a move. Rook c8, queen d2. Remove the bishop. Short castle. White is fine. So I'm thinking that Levy might be pondering about this choice. The other one maybe is to take on e5. Knight e5 and take on d5. But then, after something like knight f3, g takes f3, and knight e5. Oh, wait, I'm blundering the pawn on h7. My bad. So my idea was that white might be having some problems because of the king's safety. This looks dangerous, this looks nuts. But I didn't notice the pawn on h7 is under attack. Queen and bishop, they're attacking the pawn. But if black will play c takes on d5, maybe actually this is pretty interesting. Like, rook g1 something, let's say g6, long castle, king b1, knight e2, knight e4. Maybe h4, h5. Give up the pawn on h2, for example. You go here, here, here. Rook h1 something, f4 something. I think this is what could happen. By the way, we are seeing this. We are seeing this on the board. I like this choice. Wait. No, he played something else. D takes, knight e5. But this is the same, no? C takes on d5. And c takes on d5 and knight e2. It could be, of course, that black has access to knight e5. But the pawn on h7 is hanging, is it not? Like, take it, king h8. I mean, this is not obvious. Like, what happens after the long castle? Okay, I see, of course, the bar. But there's a pin. g6 is some e4 idea, or takes, and maybe even just take it. I don't buy this is obvious, but what I'm slightly concerned is that the opponent is still within the prep. Long castle, wow. That is a bold move. This is the moment when Stefano's prep should finally end. I mean, Levy's looking for a big fight. So in a pre-game prep, I noticed that Stefano likes to play solid chess. And my suggestion was to spicy up the position a bit. And I think Levy is doing exactly that. So he is attempting to complicate the position. And one of the things how you can complicate the game, by the way, I strongly recommend to you to do this. If you want to have an unbalanced game, position your king on the other side of the board than your opponent's king. At least in theory. Why is this? Because then you have more freedom to do whatever you want at the other side. There's a downside. Granted, your opponent can do the same to you. Like a5, a4, part of my arrows, they're pretty bad. a5, a4, b5, etc. It is risky. The bar says black is slightly better. But this is also a very challenging move. It's a taunting move. It's an aggressive move. On top of that, there is some pressure at the d file. So I like the idea. And I think the approach is correct. In general, maybe not exactly this order of the moves. I was kind of hoping that Levy is going to go here, c takes on d5. Somehow, I think this was more accurate. I might be wrong. Now, the point is, I want to do the same idea. Maybe keep the opportunity cost short at some point. And give the opportunity for black to make a mistake. I watched a recap of Hikaru Nakamura yesterday, who, by the way, he surprise raided Levy's channel and even stayed with us for something like 20 minutes or so, gave some insights. That was really helpful. And I really liked one of the things that Hikaru said in the game recap. He said that when you're playing against lower rated opponents, and this was an advice to Levy, you should not simplify the position too early. Keep the tension and allow your opponent, give your opponent the opportunity to guess. And that's why this is a good move. Because you want to create moments for your opponent where he can make a mistake, where he has a lot of choices. And this is where the understanding of chess should step in. Let's say I'm a grandmaster, I'm playing against a club level player. And I know my opening really well, and the guy knows opening really well, because he studied chessable courses. And if I play very straightforward continuations, he's going to understand what choices to make. So Hikaru's suggestion was, and I fully stand with it, is that the skill here is to create those moments when your opponent, he's like at crossroads. And there's like 5 equally looking directions to take. Where do you go? This long castle might be one of them, but that's why I'm saying I kind of like the c takes on d5 more. Because this feels like those crossroads. I mean, do I take on f3? Do I get the 2 bishop advantage? Do I take with the knight on d5, sacrifice opponent h7? Do I play c takes on d5? I do not know from the black's perspective where you go into castle. Long, short, I do not know that. So that's why I think this was a very good opportunity for Levy immediately to take on d5. But probably there's a counter argument by Levy. He probably feels that, let's say, if black plays c takes on d5, he's probably not castling long anyway. Because now the c file is open. And one of the reasons why Levy decided to keep the pawn on c4 is that at least it closes the c file and doesn't allow black to attack the king. So I can understand it, but I still think that this was a bit trickier. And maybe in white, for black to play takes, and c takes, you can still castle short. Like here, this looks like okay move. And then go your IQP position. Or if black decides to play knight f3, g takes, and c takes, now this king set attack is much more real because the g file is open and you can do a lot of harm with h4, h5. Here, mainly the problem is that opening the king side is going to be a bit difficult. Because even if Levy is going to play g4 at some point, his opponent doesn't have to take. That's what I don't like it. I mean, actually, this is the position where I would prefer having double pawns on the f3. Not having the Celtic pawn structure. I think Levy's idea is still take on d5 and play king b1 and go for the IQP at some point. We'll see. Let me see. Are you writing there? While Levy's taking a lot of time in the position, it's not so complex. Yeah. Easy to say, difficult to do. Because if you rush at the wrong moment, the game is over. Like, if Levy would make the wrong choice at move number 12, he's going to be suffering the consequences for the entirety of the game. That is the hardest part. So, alright, I mean, in theory, he's perfectly aware of play faster, play lighter, stick to your choices, etc. But chess is not really one-dimensional game. There's so many elements. Opening prep, what your opponent plays, do you have a clear plan, do you have a feel for the position, how well you slept, what's your mood, etc. So easy to say, yeah, but just play faster, play the better moves. But when you're actually sitting there, suddenly things look different. And by the way, this is one of the things that Levy also said in his recaps, one of the recaps, when he shows the position on the board during the analysis, he's like, yeah, now this looks different. I can relate to him. That's very often how it is for me. When you sit at the board, you are thinking differently. You're maybe much more focused, a bit stressed perhaps. But when you're analyzing the game, drinking a cup of coffee, everything looks different. All right. There's a question on Twitch. Why can't I be on 10-minute delay and stream it live? We consider this. But the thing is, Levy can't physically make his own video feed come with a 10-minute delay. I don't know the specifications. That's the case. This is the best we can do. Roaming in Italy is very expensive, meaning data roaming, obviously. If you don't have a European SIM card, or eSIM, Martian attackers suggesting on Twitch channel. Yeah, it was a silly idea. I mean, I had never tested it myself, so you can blame me for the missing video in the second round. Totally irresponsible. It should have been working, it was not. And obviously during the game, Levy cannot get up and fix the video. He doesn't know. He doesn't read the chat. He doesn't follow the coverage. He knows that you're watching. He feels your presence. But obviously he's not following. He can't. It's illegal. Obviously he has the permission from the organizer broadcasting the games. But normally, unless you are permitted, you can bring electronic devices in the playing menu. Bishop e6 is the choice. All right. Now what happens if Levy's going to take on d5? There's also some interesting moves like f4 maybe, h3, g4. Somebody says on YouTube that Levy's mad because his opponent is playing quickly. You know, it might not be very far from the truth. It does affect. It does affect your play. Imagine this, you do the prep, and your opponent is just firing out all the moves. And you're thinking, he's not thinking. You're thinking about deep concepts, the guy's just walking past it. Does it not affect how you feel? Yeah, absolutely does. I talked about this to Levy. That, I mean, okay, I'm not insinuating that Stefano is making light choices. He just was well prepared. But there are moments when you're playing against players who are not thinking. I mean, you think about a deep concept, your opponent is just very rapidly responding to something and not even bothering to check some of the ideas. Levy said at some point he was pretty annoyed by this. And we had some discussion about it, is that I feel the same sometimes. But again, try to have a positive side, positive look from this. Your opponent is not playing accurate. And in the long run, by rushing with the choices, he's going to make mistakes. So you should be actually pretty grateful that your opponent is playing too fast. Worry about your time, not your opponent's time. In theory, Levy could play 3 games against me to get the GM. You know? I'm gonna tell this. If I was ever playing in a round-robin tournament or even an open tournament, and I would play against Levy, I would make it just for fun a principal fight. Because signing a quick draw would be just not interesting for nobody. Not for me, not for Levy. And I would just make it as interesting as possible. Just play my strength. So, no. There would be no discounts, no nothing. And I would do my absolute best. It would be very fun, of course. All right. Opposite side castling tends to end in Armageddon. Maybe. Could be. I mean, definitely the game is much more spicier than it was before. I think he could play something like c-takes on d5. With the idea that knight e5 drops the pawn on h7, this is pretty obvious. Although the engine says, by the way, black can still sacrifice it, which is just crazy. So maybe c-takes on d5 instead. Play something like king b1, rook c8. Now there's some problems. And maybe queen d2. Try to get the knight on d4. This looks reasonable. So let's say black plays d4. Oh wait, I'm just winning something now. Actually, I think this is how it could happen. Like c-takes, c-takes, king b1, rook c8, and queen d2. Looks reasonable. d4 is risky. Bishop c3, knight e4, even though we have obstacle of bishops on the board. Is this equal? I'm not so sure. Yeah, engine says it is equal, but it could get pretty unbalanced quickly. Maybe not so simple, by the way. Maybe this is what Levy's a bit concerned about. Levy's been working very hard in the past couple of months. I already said this many times. We're working on theory. We're working on some GM concepts. And I believe that his current rating strength is higher than 2370. I was speculating it's at least 2450, maybe 2470. But sometimes in tournaments, things just don't go your way. So that's what I'm talking about in rounds 2 until 4. But the tournament still continues. By the way, if you want a comparison, There was also a question in the chat. What's my last tournament? I was playing in June in French Team Chess Championships in France. I was playing really well. Good games, fighting games, against 2600 guys all the time. And I still lost 5 points. Does it mean I played badly? No. Just missing luck at critical moments. Maybe some choices could have been done better. In the time scramble, missed victories, etc. But it was good chess. And that's why I'm saying also Levy, he plays really good. Maybe he could have been making lighter choices. Maybe he could have had better time management. But what he's playing here, the choices he's making here, they are ahead, way ahead of what he was playing before he returned to competitive chess. And that's why also I think it's a good idea for you to remember is that, for example, in New York, he was a bit lucky at the very start. He was having very bad positions in the first 3 rounds, and he scored 2.5 points out of 3, which gave him confidence. In Madrid, he beat Thomas Sosa, the highest seeded player, in the first round with black color. It gave him wins. Here, he doesn't really have that much of a great start. I mean, maybe because of the jet lag, maybe because of the other reasons. So, every single tournament is different. Just again, don't jump to your conclusions that if Levy can't win a couple of games in a row, suddenly everything's over. This is a long road. There will be bumps on the road. There will be unfortunate games, losses. But ultimately, I would like to believe that the pace for Levy's progress is something like 1 step back, 2 steps forward. 1 step back, 2 steps forward. Because that's how life works. At least I would like to believe so. You can never play the perfect line, go the perfect line. There's always something that happens. You just move on. All right, F4. Wow. I like this move. I kind of suggested it. It's a spicy move. So Levy is complicating the matters. I also believe that Levy is a very creative player. But one of the things that I noticed very quickly when we started to work is that sometimes he complicates stuff for no good reason. Is this one of those moments? I don't think so. I like it. He has positioned the king on the other side of the board. He needs the pawn play to generate the targets. And also, my recommendation was that Stefano is a positional player, so maybe he is going to underperform in sharper positions. This is what I observed. Maybe I was wrong. And also, of course, Levy wants to break the cycle of making so many draws, and he is just willing to fight. So maybe the bar is going to say black is slightly better, but it's just unclear. For example, bishop c3 looks just very bad. I mean, this battery looks incredibly strong. By the way, Engine says it's playable. No, now it finally realizes it's bad. G4, G5, open the diagonal. Black is going to be always very slow. And if Stefano doesn't play it, I think Levy already can consider moves like G4, like right away. Or maybe play H3, G4. Looks reasonable. And black could play A5. Levy could play G4. Black could play A4. Levy could play maybe knight A4 and D takes and bishop C4 and B5 and bishop E6 and etc, etc, etc. So I believe the player who controls, who calculates these things better is going to prevail. So I think Levy is looking good. All right. How old is Stefano? Stefano is 15 years old. He's a young talent from Italy. Been playing nice chess, solid chess so far. There was also a suggestion on chat, can F4 work? Apparently it can, because Levy already played it. White's setup looks like Carlsen Sicilian. No, it doesn't. I mean, it's not even remotely close to the Sicilian, but I get it. I mean, there was this one famous game, like, let me just show you the Carlsen Sicilian so you can judge yourselves. Carlsen has played a couple of times this setup, especially there's a very famous game against Radoslav Wojtaszek. I think it was knight c6, queen e2, g6, b3, here, knight f6, castles, and then something like f3. Was it h4? I really don't remember. And the idea, again, the concept is that you position your king on the other side of the board is that you have more chances to go for a king set attack. Something like this was played in the game Carlsen against Wojtaszek, something like 5 years ago or so. Maybe there's more games. And now that you look at this position, no. It's not quite similar, except the fact that maybe the kings are positioned on opposite sides. Also, one thing maybe I should mention, which is very important. Why? One of the advantages, bishop d6 is played, by the way. Why would you want to position the king on the other side of the board and threaten to attack? A big part of chess is provocation. You need to provoke your opponent. So what Levy is doing, he's implying that he's going to start a king set attack. And I think he wants to start a king set attack. So the idea here is to play, again, h3, g4, g5, and start an attack. But by doing this, Levy expects that his opponent is going to do a counterattack at the queen side. And the thing is, not everybody is so good with these counterattacks. And maybe by provoking Stefano to go for a counterattack at the queen side, Levy could exploit these inaccuracies and then suddenly switch to playing at the center or the queen side. This is a very famous strategy. So I fully support what Levy is doing here. All right. So something g4 related. Okay, maybe there's some f5 ideas as well. I'm not sure I like this move because it loosens up the control of the center. Like there could be bishop d7, and now this file is open. Bishop e5 is going to go back. So I do not like it. I would play probably h3. But now the big question is, how should black proceed? Maybe target the pawn on e3 somehow. Something like queen b6. Looks reasonable. Many ways for the game get complicated. How about I just sacrifice the pawn? Or is it too slow? If you take on e3, I was hoping I'm going to have something there. I'm not sure what exactly. Maybe now f5 and g4. Something like this. Give up the pawn, but go for a rapid kingside attack. Yeah, this queen b6 actually is a pretty annoying idea. Maybe play king b1 with the idea to meet queen b6 with some sort of a e4 idea. How about this? Now you see what? g3. g3. Okay, so Levy wants to play e4 apparently and protect the pawn on f4. That's a move I didn't expect. Maybe, again, queen b6. Levy wants to play e4. D takes, not e4, not e4, bishop e4. The bishop is under attack, the pawn is under attack, queen c3 ideas are there. And then maybe f5, f6, open up the attack. This makes sense, by the way. g3... What? I'm sure it didn't happen. Wait a second. Let me refresh the board. No, there's no bishop e5. I get a glitch. So e4 is the big idea here. Like I already said, one of the big ideas for entering such positions is to create unbalances and then in the complications navigate them a bit better than your opponent. So also the idea here for black, obviously something that Stefano is considering is a5. But I'm pretty positive that Stefano has doubts. Is he not slow? How about e4? White threatens to fork. D takes, not e4. Not e4, bishop e4. You really think that the a4 now is working? It just feels ridiculous because even if black plays a4, by the way, I think you're just dropping a piece here with c5. But even a takes on b3, if this happens, there's no attack. So the white king is exposed, but nothing dramatic. I like this move. Yeah, the more I'm looking at this is a very nice idea. Maybe there's some d takes on c4 response here. But it's a very responsible decision because if Levy plays something like b takes and plays e4, e5, this center could backfire to black. Or maybe there's something better like d takes. Bishop takes could be a move. Bishop takes. B takes. You cannot take on e3, there's c5. So instead of this, maybe black would have to play something like queen e7. How about I play e4? You cannot take twice or three times on e4 because the bishop on d6 is hanging. So you play something like bishop a3. I play e5. You play something like knight g4. I play rook e1, knight e4, knight e6, etc. You know, it's very complex. Very complex decision for Stefano. So one of the things, so that you are on the same page and you have at least an idea how the calculation works at the highest level, at the title level. How is Levy thinking? Most likely how Stefano is thinking, or at least they are supposed to think, most of the time anyway. I've always believed in one thing. A good player is choosing. A bad player is playing the first thing that came to his mind. Like, oh, this looks nice, let's play it. So, for Levy, it's not enough just to choose one move. It's a good idea to see several ideas and then weigh them and compare which is the better move. And this is where it gets really, really tricky, because from one hand, it's the best strategy. From the second hand, from a second point of view, it extracts your time. It affects your time management. So where do you draw the line? How many lines do you compare? How many lines do you compare together and choose that's the best one for you? Yeah, it's very difficult to draw this line. So this comes with experience, with your gut feeling, with your subconscious knowledge. And some of the positions you feel, some of them you don't. For example, yesterday Levy had this very complex position. You just can't easily play it with your gut instinct. I was looking at his position most of the time and I could not really quite work it out. I mean, what he should do there. Very unusual position. And this burns a lot of time. Do I think Levy could benefit most from improving his dynamic attack in chess? He seems to be mostly a positional player, is the suggestion on YouTube. No, actually, I think he's more like a dynamic player. So we should definitely work on calculation. It's work in progress. Yesterday, Hikaru, in his recap and also on chat, when he raided us, he said that Levy should have a second opening for black versus e4. I agree. I do not quite agree maybe with the concept that with one opening like the Karakan for Levy, that he's definitely not going to make it to the GM norm. I do not think so. But I definitely agree. I mean, what's there not to agree? That having a second repertoire is going to make Levy much more unpredictable with black color. Fully support. But the thing is, we have to find time to do all of this. So I've thrown to Levy a bunch of ideas to talk about, bunch of openings, files, etc. But the thing is to find the time to study them all, look at them more deeply, practice those games, play in sparring games, etc. It just takes time. And we've been working together only a couple of months. I decided to focus on a couple of things I thought were priority. Now I'm thinking that another continuation with black versus e4 could be one of our priorities, because I agree with Hikaru that the problem is that after that one variation, the Karakan, Levy has essentially just two choices. He's pretty predictable. I mean, not everybody plays that once variation, but still, yeah, it's difficult. I agree. So we are going to work on it. And every single meta level advice that comes from Hikaru is very much appreciated. By the way, yesterday he gave some nice insights about how you should play against low-rated opponent, keeping attention, etc. Of course, I'm also checking, and Levy, of course, is checking all the recaps by Hikaru. And every GM level insight that he gives, or anybody else gives, he is helpful. And those of you who haven't checked out, I'm also making my own recaps on my own YouTube channel. Maybe not as good as Levy's or Hikaru's. Still, my insights, like a summarization of what we talk about during the broadcast. So you can check it out. Yeah, Levy's a bit down on the clock, but now you see he's gaining up. Let's see. I see I'm mispronouncing Stefano. My apologies. Yes. By the way, whenever I'm mispronouncing somebody's name, it's not on purpose. I have the greatest respect for all the opponents, for Levy's opponents. So sorry if I say somebody's name wrong. I've heard... Okay, Stefano, I'll try to pronounce it correctly. I've had so many wrong mispronunciations of my own name. You know, I've heard Nakesons, Nikesons, Naskons, Noxons, Nexons, whatever. It's fine. You know, probably the worst thing I've ever heard was, I believe it was many, many years ago when Anish Giri once said, not GM Nakesons, but he said GM Nonsense. Okay, that was pretty bad. So, that way I don't approve GM Nonsense. Doesn't quite sound very similar, but okay, whatever. So, but anyway, I always have the greatest respect for the player names. I try to pronounce them correctly. So, Stefano it is. Let me check more. More questions. More questions. So many questions. It's quite hard to follow at times. So I'm following both Twitch and YouTube. The chat just scrolls very quickly. Difficult to see what you write in the real time. Again, mainly because of the 10-minute delay. The broadcast is delayed by 10 minutes in case somebody just joined us. Can't black simply take on c4? Chronolin suggestion on Twitch? Yes. But like I already said, white is going to play e4, e5 after that. So it's not only about one move, it's about a sequence of moves. So... not so obvious. Yamanta is asking on Twitch why Levy is so hesitant to play King B1. Maybe he thinks he's not going to have time for that. Bishop G4 is played by Stefano. So what is happening here? Rook E1. Does Stefano want to play Bishop F3? Go here. And Bishop E4. Is this what he wants? Not very obvious, by the way, so knight E4. D takes on E4 gives up the E4 square, so I suppose knight E4. I mean, it could be Bishop E4 as well. I'm not sure, maybe don't play it immediately. Rook E4 and some sort of a c takes, and Queen D3, King B1. The bar doesn't like it though. The bar says that this Bishop G4 is a great move. Maybe there's Bishop B4 here to fight for the E4 square, but again, I'm not so sure. This is so clear. So white will play A3, and if you want to get on E4, the thing is, there's a very powerful battery. Your knight E4 just drops the mate. You cannot do that. So rook e1. Ah, maybe there's some ideas to meet e4 with bishop f3, like queen b6. Could it be? Yeah, but now I play e5. Sacrifice the exchange and collect the second piece for the exchange. Bishop h1, rook h1, that's a pin. Not a pin, but a fork. So it's pretty bad, I suppose, for black. So what is the idea here? Rook e1. Maybe just remove the bishop from the harm's way and then see what happens. Maybe bishop c5. So I'm still going to play e4. And now bishop f3. But again, e5. Take it. Take it. Ah, now there's no fork. Not e4 maybe. Takes, takes, takes. Or maybe take with the bishop, not exactly sure. Yeah, here it doesn't feel the compensation is enough. Maybe the idea is to take with the bishop. Take with the knight. Threaten knight g5, queen h7. So let's say bishop e7. f5 something. Not clear. King set attack, king b1, etc. Yeah, okay, it looks risky. I agree. I definitely agree. Levy's greatest challenge... Sorry, I misread it. What is Levy's greatest quality as a chess player? Creativity? I suppose. Actually, Levy is pretty good on endgames. Some of the games I've seen. A couple of games he has played, his technique was really flawless. He has a wonderful knowledge on the Karkan. So he knows the stuff he plays. So maybe that's why it's a good idea to have the wider repertoire. All right. Levy's thinking. Martian attack on Twitch says Karkan is a solid black lion, but everybody studied so much. It's difficult to get people out of the prep. Which brings us to the discussion. How many openings should you have? Because so that you understand how the highest level chess looks like. For example, if we go back, have a throwback to the history and look at Bobby Fischer's repertoire with white or black something like 50 years ago. Fischer was exclusively e4 player. He was very predictable. He was playing open Sicilians, put a bishop on c4, Fischer shows an attack. He would crush his opponents. He was brilliant with calculation, very powerful psychology. With black, he will play King's Indian defense and outplay the opponent. It doesn't work today. It just doesn't work because everything is analyzed very deeply. So that's why the highest level players, they're playing everything. They're playing e4, d4, c4, knight f3 with white. With black, they're playing several systems like Hikaru Nakamura. He knows what he's talking about, obviously. He's one of the best players in the world. So Black plays Sicilian, he plays the Caracan, Scandinavian, French, etc. versus d4. Solid center-based openings, some Ragozin, some Dutch defense. From time to time, play maybe sharper lines like Benoni, etc. So nowadays, at the highest level, you need to know a lot of stuff. But I would like to believe that if you're not playing at the very top level, for us mortal beings, like for the average grandmasters, it's still okay just to have one or two repertoire, one or two openings. It's still okay. Yeah, we are not competing for the world championship. Yeah, but I get it completely. I mean, this unpredictability is very important because everybody prepares. Everybody has chessable courses. Everybody has access to chess base, to opening tree. You can't predict your opponent, what he is playing. So it's a very big challenge. And you can also understand why Magnus has expressed this concern that the classical chess is dead, because he is, not only him, but some of the highest level players, they are deliberately sometimes playing not the best moves, so that the opponent doesn't know them. This is what Magnus said in an interview, that the highest level chess, they choose continuations on purpose that the engine is not going to prove. Maybe say something like, white is slightly worse, because there's a fair chance that your opponent has not analyzed this. And from Magnus's perspective, it's a bit ridiculous, but that's how it goes. All right. Yeah, I see you finally pick up my jokes with a 10-minute delay. All right. So Rookie 1, by the way, is played by Levy. And speaking about the more opening repertoires, more openings for Levy, this is a progress. Absolutely, it will happen. It will happen. We are going to include more defenses. I have given him some ideas. The thing is where to find the time. Where to find the time to study it all. Because again, Levy is a content creator 24/7. He's a family man. He is working on YouTube. Every single day is a video. On Twitch, broadcasts. Chesley, his opening site where he's teaching people. Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Discord. Where do you find the time for that? And I can definitely tell you that it's very hard. You know, I'm just humbled. Not humble, but I'm so impressed by Levy, how he's doing this. Because I'm like a small-time content creator, and I have tried, for example, to create videos 4 times a week. You know what I realized? I realized it's a full-time job. So what Levy is doing, he's essentially having 3 or 4 full-time jobs. That's what I'm saying. I mean it. He's in content creation 24/7. And on top of that, he wants to become a grandmaster. And this means in the spare time when he's not creating content, he has to study chess. In the spare time when he's not creating content, he has to study another opening for black. He has to be sharp, do puzzles. That's the life challenge. So it's going to be difficult, but he's going to make it. All right. Now, I'm not sure what here Stefano has to do. Levy is perfectly aware that he's playing with fire. But sometimes that's all you need to do. Take your opponent out of the comfort zone. All right. Okay, let me see what else you're writing there in chat. By the way, hello all of you, wherever you are here in Latvia. I'm streaming from Riga. Oh, okay, pardon me, let me fix that. Not Riga, like one of the suburbs to Riga, the capital city of Latvia. I'm the top Latvian player, #1 in the rating list. So it's noon, 12 p.m. In Italy, it's 11 a.m. The morning has just passed. Today we have 2 games. This is the start of the round number 5. Levy has 2.5 points out of 4. 1 victory, then 3 draws. Not everything is going according to the plan, but whenever life is going after the plan. Not always. There's a question, who is playing on the next table? I have no idea. By the way, Levy has a streamer assigned table. This is a courtesy to the tournament organizer, so that it's easier for Levy and some other content creators to set up the streaming software. Queen a5, by the way, is played by Stefano. Yeah, I hope I pronounced it correctly. And Levy's always playing on the same table, so that you can easily imagine this. There's a playing menu, and he has to set up the camera in the middle of the row. It's tough. I believe there's also another streamer. Maybe there's even a couple of more. I see my co-commentator from Bilchess Festival. Occasionally she can be seen on the stream. Angelika Volkova, she's also there somewhere in the background. She also is streaming her games. We just did the commentary for Bilchess Festival. One of the interesting Twitch streamers. Also a bit small-time creator just like me. Anyway, so Queen a5 was played here. I suppose Stefano wants to play bishop a3, triddle this bishop. It's a very logical move. But again, I mean, there's a number of ways Levy can be complicating the matters. Of course, we have to check what happens after e4. Bishop f3, I suppose, is e5, so it's not going to happen. d4, I don't know, I mean, it has to be checked, of course, but I suppose just take it. Not e4. Not e4. The pawn on a2 in some lines is under attack. Maybe bishop e4. Oh wait, I'm blundering the rook here on e1. How about f5? If you remove the bishop, the rook at e1 is hit by the queen on a5 and the rook at e8. Okay, no good. So rook e4. And I mean, there could be some funny ideas, like takes, and white wins. And why is this? Because, whoops. Oh no, my queen. So, okay, I don't think it's going to happen, but let's say e4, d takes not e4, and rook e4. So black would just take it and play f5. Protecting the pawn. And now the bishop d3 do whatever. So, okay, this I'm not so sure. After this, there's some problems apparently. Maybe it's the take, but I was thinking here, bishop e1, queen a6, and somehow use the fact that black has not a queen included in the game. Maybe there's something faster like rook e1 and rook e7 idea to go after the mate. Bishop e7 would be mate on g7. Queen on a2 is disconnected. So that kind of thing. But I'm not exactly sure if e4 really is so good. So maybe Levy has to do something else. Listen, while Levy's thinking about the choices, I'm gonna make a very short break and be back like in 1 minute, okay? See you very soon. Okay, I'm back. Levy has not yet made a move. Do I think that draws ruin the game of chess at the highest level? And if yes, what to suggest to lessen the amount of draws? I do not think so. I think draw is a perfectly reasonable, normal result of a chess game. By the way, king b1 was just played by Levy, I suppose, with the idea to keep more tension on the position. But I think it's all about finding the right motivation for the players. Let me give you an example. It's my opinion. It's my own opinion. If you invite the same super GMs to the same tournament over and over and over again, it's a round-robin tournament, very long time control, etc. It quite doesn't motivate some of the players to fight because they're playing against each other for so many times. So it really depends what kind of players you invite. Or maybe you create a tournament system that motivates the players to fight. And you invite young, hungry players that maybe do not get so much opportunity all the time. And then you make with a very interesting tournament system which creates fascinating chess. Because I think ultimately it depends on the players, how exciting they want it to make. And that's why one of my absolute favorite tournaments is Bio Chess Festival. I mean, totally. Not because I'm doing the commentary, because I love the format. The triathlon, classical, rapid, and blitz, different scoring systems, inviting players who don't really have so much experience at Super GM level, and they're just jumping at each other. And it's very, very much fun to follow. And if a draw happens, okay, fine, it happens. But if you have like the tournament system that inspires you to fight for the victory, also the players are treating it differently. And by the way, I am fully supporting also the recent attempts to organize online rapid tournaments, for example, by chess.com, with sets, with more games, by finding ways to motivate the players. I think it's really great. But if a draw happens, it happens. It's part of the game. So I don't think it's a big problem. All right, King B1. It's a bit slow, but I suppose at some point Levy needs to protect the pawn. I see Engine quite doesn't like his position. What could be the reason? I'm not sure I like it myself. What about Bishop B4? Stopping White C4 ideas. But this is really so obvious. I mean, H3. Hit the bishop. If you go back, there's going to be G4. And Bishop F3 is Rook F1. And if you play something like Bishop E4, is it really so bad? Like Bishop E4, Knight E4, Knight E4. And then if you take it, I play Knight G5. Threading with a mate on H7. And after G6, I play F5. With some sort of an attack. But it looks a bit slow. I'm not sure I like this. This King B1. Very, very slow move. I was kind of hoping he's going to play E4. The longer you delay this move, maybe the less chances that it's going to happen. Maybe he didn't like something like D4, but... Yeah, by the way, what do you do after D4? I didn't even look at this. But it's a very concrete move. Knight B1 maybe. E5 looks pretty promising, by the way. Bishop F3 Z5, and after D takes, Knight E4, he would get his game. Yeah, I didn't like King B1, tell you honestly. It just doesn't feel quite like it. So this entire sequence that Levy played, I like F4. Yeah, here, by the way, Engine says G3 is a mistake. Now Engine picked it up. I think it was an interesting idea on paper, but it's a bit slow. I mean, Levy's a bit slow. So he plays G3, he wants to play E4, and now a couple of moves later, he's still not there. And Stefano is playing very good chess so far. Very solid chess. So Levy's position quite doesn't inspire. Yeah, especially if there's moves like Bishop B4 here. Or maybe Bishop A3 is also a move. Tough to say. Alright. Stefano is finally burning some time. By the way, Bishop A3 looks perfectly reasonable. I believe this is why he played Queen A5 to trade the bishops. So we are gonna see Let me see what else. Perfect pronunciation of Stefano. Thank you. Already got a couple of comments on it. I'm learning. By the way, I'm sure some of you know is that Levy, before the tournament, before he came to Italy, what was the app he was using? Babbel? To learn the Italian language? So he learned it. Bishop b4, by the way, is played. Exclamation mark. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. That doesn't look good. So, Stefano is finding all the right moves at the moment. And the bar keeps plummeting. Ay, ay, ay. Tough moment for Levy to be in. Not quite the game is going the way it was. We were hoping it's gonna go. Yeah, it's a great move. This King B1. I was a bit afraid it's slow. There comes the problem. So where was the problem of H3? Because I'm sure this is what Levy wants to do. These are very annoying bishops. The bishop here, knight on f6. Black has perfectly positioned pieces. So h3. Bishop f3. So where's the problem? I mean, rook f1 has got to be the move. Could it be? Wow, that could be bishop g2. Not bishop e4. So the point is, I just noticed there's a pin. And if you take it, bishop c3 looks very unpleasant. But again, how exactly unpleasant is it? Like, take it and go back. But okay, it's pretty obvious that Levy's worse. Quite worse. The bar says a lot worse. I'm not sure how worse it is actually, but let's say if you take it and king c2, maybe it's actually not so bad. So perhaps the point here is to keep the queens on the board. Because your attack g4, g5 runs into knight e4. I mean, Levy could still play king b2 and queen c3. Let's say knight e4, bishop e4, rook e4. Doesn't look great. Takes, and queen c3. Takes, and rook e8. Maybe Levy still holds on. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not very inspiring. It is not a very inspiring position. And that's what we are seeing on the board. Rook h to f1. We are about to get our answer. If Stefano is going to pick up bishop g2, because rook f1 is on the board, the camera is a bit on a delay. I'm probably going to refresh it in a moment. Let me do it maybe immediately, just a second. Okay, there you go. Camera has been reset. Rook h to f1. Bishop g2. I mean, that's a very unpleasant move, to be honest. But okay, there's also a bishop e4. Very tempting move. I mean, so far, Stefano is playing flawless chess, and Levy has been making a couple of slow decisions. He's kind of a bit in trouble, but I'm a bit surprised to see this. Evaluation in favor for black. Is it really so bad? Doesn't feel it. But I'm not going to argue with an engine. Bishop e4. All right. We're good. We're good. That's a massive relief. Levy, breathe. Breathe, Levy. Because I'm pretty sure he saw bishop g2. And now bishop e4 is like, whoo. You know, let me tell you a story. How it works. Yeah, I mean, he's going to try to calm down. Just sit there for 5 minutes. Levy needs to calm down because he saw bishop g2. Need to collect your thoughts. So how does it work? I once had a very similar situation. I was playing in an open tournament against a kid who had a huge respect for me because I could sense that he's trembling. I was very confident in myself. And I calculated a very beautiful line, which I thought gives me very nice attacking chances. And as soon as I was calculating for a good 20 minutes, I made a move. I realized I blundered. I just want to disappear from the board. I realized I just blundered because immediately that's how it works. You make a move and it's like a thunderbolt from the sky. It hits you very hard. It's like you realize what I'm doing. What I'm doing. I just missed this. Because suddenly when you make a move, you realize what's happening. It's a paradox in chess. So what I did is like I tried to sit calm. Everything is good. Everything is good. And make a poker face, not to give up any information. And I was counting seconds because I wanted to get up and run away. I wanted to get up and disappear from the board. So I was sitting there quietly 1 minute. It was hell. I sit there 1 minute. I drank a cup of coffee. I slowly stood up. I tried not to look back. I calmly walked away to the bathroom, but I was burning inside. I was so angry at myself. So I spent there a couple of minutes trying to calm down. I came back and I was looking from afar. He did not pick up the move. That was a massive relief. Also, a similar story is this very famous game of Magnus Carlsen playing his World Championship match versus Vishy Anand. I keep forgetting, was this match number 1 or 2 because they played 2 matches back in 2013 or 2014. And Magnus played this very famous King D2 versus King D1 move. Game 6 versus Khan Sicilian. I don't remember which match it was. Carlsen was white, Anand was black. And Magnus blundered. So he plays this King D1, and he immediately sees he is blundered. He sees it. He basically froze. And he put down the pen, and he tries to put up a poker face. Anand was sitting there for a good 30 seconds. He did not realize it's a blunder. He played something else, and Magnus just collapsed on the board. He was like this. And Anand realized immediately that he had missed an opportunity because there was no need for Magnus to hide his emotions anymore. So the thing is, it's very hard to notice something from, for example, from Anand's perspective, something in a position that was not there move before. So there was a tiny, tiny difference in Magnus's move that made all the difference in the world. Anand did not pick it up. Why? I think he was in simply worse position, so he was trying to defend it, and he did not see this resource. But as soon as Magnus collapsed on the board, I'm pretty sure he saw it. He immediately saw it. Genius level like Anand, they see it immediately. So Levy right now, he's not thinking. He's just trying to calm down. Because he saw bishop g2, he sensed there were some problems. And now after bishop e4, he's like, okay, listen. It's okay. Okay, maybe the position is still not really that great. It's okay. It's okay. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. All right. Now that he's going to calm down for a couple of minutes, how to continue? Now that you have survived the worst, do you take on e4? I suppose you do. The bishop is useless on d3. D takes on e4 is not dangerous. Rook e4 is ridiculous, so it's got to be knight e4. How about knight e4 here? We looked at this line, bishop e1, knight g5, which is very crazy. So I'm not sure this is going to happen. How about Stefano plays rook e4? But no, the game continues. So Levy could play rook e2. Again, the bar doesn't like my choices. For example, you cannot take on c4. The rook at e4 is hanging. If you play rook e8, there's some serious pressure, but I suppose white is going to somehow hold on. Maybe there's a better move. How about rook d1? Rook e3 could be a move. Takes. And I was looking for some complications, but maybe there are none. Yeah, I quite don't see, by the way, and these pawns are under attack. So Levy just played a move. What? Rook e2. Oh, wow. There goes my beautiful speech out of the window. Apparently, it's another mistake. Oh, wow. Well. Maybe it's different. Maybe Levy is just so unhappy about the position that he did not treat bishop e4 as a missed opportunity. He still thinks his position is very bad. What about rook d8 here? The engine doesn't like it. Rook d8 looks very human. There could be d takes on c4 as well. Queen c4, I suppose. I'm seeing some checks on f5. There could be moves like b5. Queen c6, rook c8, hit the knight on c3, after queen d3. Oh, okay. It's just not working at the moment for Levy. Somehow, he makes the wrong choices. I do not see, though, what's so terribly bad with his position, but we are gonna see. But what is it, by the way? So the agent here says stuff like, I see the bar, it's way down, so black is so much better. It doesn't feel like it, so there must be something very concrete. Rook d8 makes sense. I mean, this looks very logical move, like rook d8, c takes on d5, knight takes on d5, knight takes on d5, a rook d5, and just remove the queen. Why this should be so bad? Rook d8 maybe. But where's the big advantage? Where's the big advantage? I mean, bishop c3, I don't buy it because it gives up the powerful bishop. So my attention from black's perspective would be on the moves like Rook d8. Maybe knight e4 is a move. Knight e4. Now it feels okay. I mean, d takes on e4. Queen d4 is a move. Rook d1. Or maybe remove the queen. I quite do not see. Maybe there's some knight h5 ideas, like hit the pawn on g3, but that just makes no sense. Because I think this pawn can be defended. All right. The viewers, how you're feeling about the turn of events? It's up and down so far in this game. Levy is a bit suffering. He somehow is not feeling this position. A bit slow with choices. He gambled a bit. It's backfired. The game obviously still continues. The Silicon base quite doesn't like the position. So here apparently this was the good move. Bishop e4, knight e4, and knight e4. Maybe it's not so obvious, but here it seems like there's a massive compensation. Maybe Levy could argue that this is like playing two complex decisions in a good position, but his position is not good. So we are going to see, but this is trouble. Let's hope that everything is going to work out in the end for Levy. Let me see your questions. By the way, let me check what is this engine's idea. I'm going to switch on the engine. I'm not using it of this bishop g2. So engine was saying bishop g2 was the move. So where was it? So bishop g2 was, according to an engine, the best move. I kind of saw it, but I couldn't understand what happens here. Takes, 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 queen c3 and queen c2. Why this should be so bad? So engine says queen a5. Decline the queen trade. If I would play king b2, get the queen on c3, engine has a couple of continuations. For example, rook d8. With the idea to meet queen c3 with queen b6. Again, decline the queen trade. And white is suffering. White is not lost. White is suffering. Queen d3. I just saw a move. There was no move. No move. There could be some problems with this queen f5 check in some lines and collect the pawn on h3. I also slightly don't like the body language of Levy. He doesn't look like he... I mean, okay. What's there to like, but... Unfortunately, it seems like the classical two mistakes in a row. So, mistake number one was g3. Maybe not so obvious. So here he had to play e4. I assume he didn't like white something. Here, suddenly things get more complex. Bishop g2 was a very strong move. And now... Yeah. Yeah, we talked about this. We talked about this in our training sessions, when you feel you just committed a mistake, you need to calm down, take a break, breathe. It's a very dangerous ground. This moment when you made a mistake, you're vulnerable. But it's so easy to say and so difficult to do. Where you're just unhappy the way you are playing the game. You do not like the position. Because everybody is such a great expert when it comes to choosing between good combinations. This is great, better endgame, extra pawn, nice attack, looks beautiful, etc. So you're like, okay, I mean, what I'm going to choose from these? I'm looking so great in all of them. And there's the other side. How do you make the objectively best move in a position that just looks bad? Like, how do you choose between much worse endgame, a position which is equal but down a pawn, a position where your king is exposed, a position which just looks outright ugly, and now you're like, okay, now let me just choose one of these combinations and then suffer until the end of the game. How do you do that? It's impossible sometimes. By the way, knight e4, Stefano missed it. He missed an opportunity here. But I think the reason here, what happened here, why Levy made rook e2, he probably had thought that bishop e4 is the strongest move. That's why he did not really pick it up as a missed opportunity. Maybe both of them blunder bishop g2 idea. Or maybe not really blunder, but both of them thought that this is nothing special. What's going to play queen c2, trade on c5, d5, play king b2, queen c3, and be okay. So for Levy, maybe this was not the case, and he thought that bishop e4 was the best move. So he didn't realize that here he should have stopped and calmed down, and he missed something here from black. Let me now check what it was that apparently Stefano was supposed to play. It was d takes on c4. It was d takes on c4. And where's the idea? The idea of queen c4, dear viewers, is exactly this idea, queen f5. So, for example, queen c3, I suppose it's queen f5 check, and take on h3. So the game could continue like here, queen h3, rook e1, knight e4. Black is just up a pawn. The game would have continued, but this was the big idea that the young Italian player could have done. Like, I'm not sure what's move order. Like, take on c4, bishop c3, or bishop c3, take on c4. Maybe this is more accurate. But again, bishop c3 most likely is going to be queen c3. Oh, wait, queen c3 and knight e4. Oh, yuck. So you have to play bishop e1 and d takes, b takes. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's just so bad. Black is going to play something like rook d3, rook d8, f5, beautiful knight on e4, sad bishop on e1. Dream position for black. Not lost. Oh, but it just feels lost, to be honest. That would be really bad. So Stefano missed here. Knight e4, d takes on e4 was played. So he saw something else. And typically when people are missing things is when something else is taking away their attention. So for Stefano, it was very difficult to notice d takes bishop c3, queen f5 because he was so preoccupied to control d4 square. So that's why he didn't even look at something else, because he had something like knight e4. This is something we are going to talk about with Levy quite a bit. That when you are so focused on some things, it's very important to be open-minded and see what is around you, something else. Look for more. Because it's very easy. It's like a magician. Yeah, this is the current position, by the way. It's like for a magician. The magician is showing you You look right here. I'm showing you a trick. Well, actually, he was doing something in the background. And you're not seeing what he's doing in the background because you're focused on what I'm moving in my hands. So in chess, sometimes it's also like that. Is that you should be very focused on the other things as well. Queen d4, Levy's position still looks not great. Yeah, not the best game so far for Levy. I'm not sure what else he could have done. So queen d4 makes perfect sense. Maybe queen c2, but queen c2 would have been rook d8, rook d3. Would have been just suffering. So rook d1, queen d1, rook d8, queen c2. I mean, how can you go here? It just looks very bad. No counterplay. Black is dominating. Beautiful rook and d3. Fantastic pieces. So Levy wants to organize some counterattack with a checkmate threat. f6 is on the board. Now rook d8 is something he needs to be countering. This is also a very big test to Levy. Like we already discussed, on the road to the Grandmaster title, not always things will go your way. Sometimes you're going to get bad positions. Sometimes you're going to play underrated opponents. Sometimes you'll just make bad moves. So the lesson here is to how do you continue from here? So it's important not to make a bad position a tragedy, a bad situation to a disaster. You need to find the strength, calm down, and start to play from this position. Chess is a huge psychological game. So Levy is right now under a tremendous stress. He knows he's in trouble. So he needs to find the strength to salvage this game. It's not a very appealing thought, especially when things are not going your way in the tournament. Last 3 games, he was missing chances. And you are looking at a prospect, yeah, okay, if I'm going to lead the perfect defense here, the position sucks, it's really bad, then maybe I'm going to make another draw. But what choice there is? It's either this or a loss. So this is also a very, very important moment to Levy. Calm down, remember some of the training, and learn to defend bad positions. This is something we haven't yet really talked so much about, how to defend bad positions, what might be the techniques. But we have talked about some of those moments, at least briefly. And the idea here is that you start to treat this position from scratch. This is the position right here. Work it out. Don't you think what was before? So my proposition is play queen d7, hit the pawn on b7. Make sure the queen is not trapped, like rook d8. I suppose take on b7. And looks very scary. It looks very scary, but you mean you gotta calculate some things like rook e7, queen c6, the queen escapes. So you want to make sure that white is not dropping the queen. There's at least queen a6, queen a4. He's alive, so it's okay. So after queen b7, Levy have to make sure that queen is getting out. There's always maybe some a3 ideas, like queen c6 ideas. Check a couple of moves. If he survives, this is okay. So queen d7, most likely rook e7 will be played. You see the rook in e7 is protected by the bishop on b4. Only legal move, queen g4, unless he wants to go back to d1. And yeah, the queen is awkward here. There could be some problems with moves like queen d8 and queen d3. And maybe Levy is just in time to rearrange the pieces. Or something like f5. No, f5 makes no sense. It opens up the long diagonal. g6, queen h6. This is even a problem. I'm not sure if this makes any sense. There's queen g6, so I wouldn't play that. Unless there's something more concrete. So Levy is worse, but he's holding on. But he needs to mainly calm down. Queen d7, hit the pawn, calculate, and then retreat to g4. Yeah, as Orbe says on Twitch chat, keeping the nerve is really difficult. It is one of the biggest problems to Levy so far. At least before he returned to competitive chess, spiraling out of control, this was Levy's biggest problem. And yet, like I already said, these moments are bound to happen. This is where he should find strength to calm down. If he wants to become a grandmaster, he needs to find this strength, this mental strength, to battle your inner demons, calm down, and work it out. He knows this. He's thinking about this right now. Maybe not so much about the actual position, but just calm down and work it out. But it is very stressful. I'm probably repeating myself for a millionth time, but I think it's very critical here, the next couple of moves. So maybe he can afford to spend a bit more time, like 10, 15 minutes. It's fine. Just needs to not make things much worse than they are right now. Also, think about the longer perspective. Moments like these, for example, if Levy is going to succeed, and I hope he's going to succeed, an escape here is going to give you some confidence. Because so far it was terrible. He was in trouble. And if you manage to escape here, it should give you confidence. I can survive these positions. That Levy managed to overcome this psychologically dangerous position. Oh my goodness. Sub-Zero says on Twitch. Oh, sorry, YouTube. Great insight, coach. Thank you. You are truly an I am. Really? Last time I checked, I'm a GM. But as I understand, you sincerely meant it. So thank you. I'm truly a GM, but oh my goodness. I'm sure you're trolling me. Let me see. Let me see what URL's writing there. The kid is good. But I mean, again, at this level, everybody's good. You want to become a grandmaster, you have to beat these guys. You want to be a grandmaster, you have to beat other grandmasters. But again, mistakes are bound to happen. Let me see what else is happening here. Queen e7 here. Stefano is checking if he can trap the queen. He already made a mistake once. He can make it again. Keep faith. You know, I also would like to say one thing. Is that being true supporters of somebody, I think the most important moment to support somebody is when they are having difficulties. You know, and I really mean it. When you are following your favorite, whatever, sportsman, or like Levy here on this occasion, somebody you're following and he's doing great, everyone's like, yay, hooray, you're doing well. That is cool. So it's called support. You're liking, you're cheering for their successes, etc. But when they are doing badly, there's so many people, unfortunately, who are like, hey, you're so bad, etc. How can you, lame, etc. A true support for somebody is when you are with him when they're not doing great. Yeah, I've seen this so many times in sports. Yeah, if your favorite team or a sportsman is doing badly, sometimes people tend to criticize them. But that's why I mean, support the player, support your team, even though they're doing badly. When they don't have everything going their way, that's a true support. All right. Listen. Yeah, I just noticed. Dear YouTube chat, I see that some of you are trying to spam. I see that some of you are trying to post funny comments. This is not helping. I thought we were past it yesterday. Like yesterday we had some very bad behavior on YouTube chat. Don't do that. Okay? So otherwise, at some point, the worst thing could happen is Levy is not going to stream on YouTube anymore. Or we're simply going to shut off the commentary. Not the commentary. I hope the commentary is still going to continue. The comments, you will be unable to follow the coverage live. Just watch with no comments. Just be nice. All right? Respect Levy. Respect the opponents. Respect the community. And there's no need to misbehave. All right. Just a second. All right. Let me see if I have an actual question instead of some spamming comments. Queen d7, by the way, Stefano is still thinking about his choices. So it's not so clear for the young Italian. He's playing pretty great game so far. Let me see. Let me see. Still thinking. Orbe on Twitch says, I've survived worse positions. Sure. It's part of the road. It's alright. Let me see what else. Not much is happening at the moment. So Levy has 26 minutes, slightly more for Stefano. Queen h5, there you go. Apparently it's a missed opportunity. Why? I'm not sure actually. So here Stefano hits the rook on e2 and maybe in some lines also the pawn on h3. I felt actually rook e7 was a very logical move. So now after queen h5, I think Levy has ideas like maybe g4 is a move. Queen g4 is a move. So it's still okay. Queen g4, I slightly don't like it. Because then, essentially, Levy loses any counterplay. But if you ask me, there's something quite not right about this move. It just felt that rook e7 was much more logical. So I wouldn't really play queen g4 here. Like, takes, and rook d8. If somebody's calling the shots, it's black. He controls the file. Rook d3 is incoming. Maybe it's still okay, like a3, king c2, rook d1, and Levy survives. Those pawns maybe are not big weaknesses, but I would probably do something else. Maybe play g4. The point is, after g4, you keep the queen on d7. Maybe queen takes on h3 is a problem. And now play rook e7. I'm not sure. Yeah, but I mean, I wanted to put the rook on g2, maybe push g5. Yeah, it doesn't look very likely that Levy's going to do it. Yeah, and by the way, queen g4 is played. So Levy protects the rook here, offers the trade. So at the moment, he's just trying to hang on. Levy's doing pretty good. So he's slowly climbing out. And the queen trade is on the board. I think now we are going to get a couple of quick moves like rook d8, king c2. And then Levy is going to get rid of the bishop with a3. Am I proud of Levy? I am. Everything has been working a bit tough in this tournament. So that's why I said, yeah, I mean, so far, the first two tournaments for Levy, they were very successful. And the people immediately started to treat that every single tournament immediately is going to go Levy's way. But not always. Not always. Rook d8 is on the board. I think king c2 also will be played. So Levy is slightly worse, but he can still salvage. How did I meet Levy in real life? I have addressed this a couple of times. When I was in Las Vegas, I was doing my US chess tour back in 2019 with Igor Kovlenko, who was at the time number one Latvian player. Then we were visiting a couple of cities. We were playing in Las Vegas and also St. Louis, in St. Louis Chess Club. We played in Summer Chess Classic 2019. And there I met Levy. Yeah, he was playing in the National Open, which is one of the most important open tournaments in the United States. I like that we're playing in one of the casinos in Vegas. I already don't remember which one. So, yeah, Levy was not yet, at the time, a content creator, not least a big one. I had coached his friend, Alex Ostrovsky. We talked a bit and we parted ways. And after that, we had a couple of online discussions. We have a channel open because of our partnership with chess.com. And this is where I approached him about a potential coaching just as he released his very first video on the GM road. A3 is played. Yeah, sure, why not? It's okay move. And then play king c2, I suppose. Maybe also in some lines he can put the bishop on d4. No Nomi on Twitch is asking, what would I play in this position? I would probably try to salvage first the position. Make sure it's not becoming worse. Don't think too much about the future, how am I going to win this position. There's no discussion at the moment how Levy's going to win it. He has to survive. He has to limit the damage. And then hope for the best. All right. So Stefano is choosing where to retreat. I'm not really sure if he has any other diagonal than this a3 fa diagonal, because he can't keep the bishop here. It's going to be kicked away. So most likely here Stefano is going to play something like bishop f8, king c2, rook d3. Let me just try to model a situation here. Let's say bishop f8. Maybe king c2. A rook d... Oh, sorry. I'm not going to bond the rook. Rook d3. Can I play rook d1? My idea was rook d8, rook d2. Doesn't feel so bad. Takes, 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 takes. Maybe play a 5 drops the pawn on g3. Might be some problems at the king side. Yeah. Doesn't look very good. So bishop f8. Can Levy play something like bishop d4 here? Stopping this? Yeah, but black could always play c5. Or even I was thinking bishop a3, rook a2. Bishop b4, rook a7. Oh, rook d4 and e3. Oh my goodness. You shouldn't miss that. Yeah, this is unpleasant. Bishop f8 is played. Yeah, this rook d3 will be really hard to counter. Such an annoying piece. Maybe just ignore the rook on d3. Like, if you can't combat it, ignore it. Like, king c2, rook d3. Play something like b4, rook d8 on bishop c3. I just said. It's not great. But what can you do? Maybe play something like rook b1, activate this rook. Black is pushing. But the position might be holdable. All right. There was a question if Levy has lost any rating points so far. Yes, he has lost like 4 points at the moment. So it's not ideal. He's struggling a bit, yeah. Also, he played. I mean, probably it's somewhere deep in his mind. He has missed victory in the second round versus Anai, this Ecuadorian player. He had a couple of winning chances. If he had won the game, it would have been differently. Okay, what's done is done. Then in round 3, he was facing this young Indian kid, 15 years old or 16, maybe 15, not sure. And he was playing some fantastic chess, positional chess. And also in this game, he's playing against a young talent from Italy who is 2200. It is what it is. You know, I can't exactly, no, maybe not exactly like this, but a pretty similar story once when I was playing in World Championships, World Youth Championships under 16, and I was rated below 2400. That was the moment when I had my peak. I was becoming a good player. And I was playing against guys like, there was this one young guy from India. His name was Pentala Hari Krishna. He was 2200 and I was almost 24. I thought I'm going to beat him easily. So I was with white. And Pentala just smashed me off the board positionally. I was just not there, not present. After the next rating came in, Hare Krishna was 2500. And he would become a super GM, one of the best Indian grandmasters. One of the games I was playing against Bahadur Jabava, who was 23 something, below me. I thought, I beat Bahadur the previous time, I'm going to do it again. Bahadur, again, beat me. After that, Bahadur will become 27th rank level player. And there were more examples like this. The entire tournament of underrated players. And this is especially true to the youth chess. They are progressing very quickly, very fast. That's why you never know. It's not quite the same. So, for example, you're playing against somebody who has been sitting at 2200 for the entirety of his life. Or you're playing a youngster. You never know what's his actual strength, especially if this youngster comes from India. And Stefano is currently at his peak. He's a very nice, solid player, playing some pretty good chess. So this is not his ceiling. Maybe he is already playing at 2400. So we don't know. All right. Tough choice. For Levy, he's trying to figure out how to deal with this rook d3. No counterplay. Maybe he has to do something with the g5 push. Like, can he play g5 now? I mean, to have at least some sort of a counterplay. Like, g5 takes. And you have some ideas here. Like rook d3, king c2. And yeah, but there's bishop c5. Hitting the pawn. I was hoping I'm going to be just in time to organize something here. I don't know, rook f5, rook e5, something. So this g5 idea might be a move. King c2, by the way, was just played by Levy. That's a move he needs to make. Mad Malkov is asking on Twitch, what would be the correct approach to this endgame? Try to trade or trade to keep pieces? I'm not sure. Because I think that Levy needs to decide what to do with the rook on d3. Attempt to trade it, both rooks, and then suffer the bishop endgame, or just ignore it. Maybe make it as complex as possible. So, for example, by the way, there's no guarantees that he's even going to get rid of the rook from the d3 because black can just, oh wait, takes, rook d8 is rook d2. So he might take it. Black would activate a king somewhere here. Maybe play king e2, king g6 with h5 ideas. King f2, h5, g takes, king h5, king g2, king g4, a4, bishop c5, bishop c1. Does it look great? No. But I'm attempting to build up a fortress. So black still needs to find a way to crash through. I think Levy should do something like this. So, again, after rook d3, play rook d1. If the trade, then there's the line. Now play rook d2. Takes, 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 takes. Yes, there's some problems because of these pawns, but I'm hoping it's not enough. So king f7, king g6, h5, and now play something like a4, king g4, put the bishop on d4. Okay, maybe black could have played bishop c5 immediately, like here. Where was this? a4, bishop c5, bishop c1, or bishop c3, king g4, and do nothing. Do nothing. What I have talked with Levy. Whoa, c5? Wow. c5? That is such a weird move. Why would you close your own bishop and put the pawn on the dark squares in color of your bishop? That makes no sense. I think Levy's like, what? You know, one of our previous rounds, we were having a strategy versus the young Indian kid. What was his name? Sumar Shaikh Sumar Arsh. I think that was his name. A very nice, talented guy, strong guy, young guy. And my suggestion was that since he comes from India, Levy should play as positional as possible, try to go for an endgame if possible, and then in an endgame, outplay his opponent. And it was working until a certain moment. You know why? Because there's a saying even in... it basically comes from the Soviet chess school. So it is that take the youngster to the endgame. Why is this? Because endgames are a different world. Things look completely different when in endgames. So you can study openings, you can play some middle game, but in idea, the theory is that the young players do not really have a lot of experience when it comes to just a few pieces on the board. And why is this? Because the quality of the moves is much more important. You make a small inaccuracy in the opening, who cares? You can always go for an attack or something, and it's very difficult to exploit. But if you make a small inaccuracy in an endgame, it can be felt. So it's a different world. And the idea here is that the young players might not have enough experience because, again, the younger they are, the less chance they had to play those endgames, to study those positions. So in case you're new to chess, chess can be divided in three parts: openings, middle game, and endgame. So if most of your games finish after the opening and middle game, you don't get a lot of games. Like, for example, I'm speaking like theoretically, I have no idea what is Stefano's level when it comes to the endgames, but in theory, imagine this. So somebody like Stefano, he has played over the board, for example, 200 games, because he's still young, he's a young, promising player. Out of these 200 games, let's say 180 games finish in the middle game. So this means he really had a chance to practice endgames in only 20 games. There's no practice. So that's why there's the saying that you should take the youngsters to the endgames when you are more experienced, because they might have difficulties in those positions. Now, if this is going to be the case here, I do not know. Because so far, Stefano has been playing very nice chess. He missed some opportunities, but I'm impressed by his positional skills. He knows where to position the pieces. He did miss a couple of better opportunities, but he's a good player. But this last move, c5, that he played right here, it's a bad move, because this bishop should have been on c5 to hit the pawn on e3. He should have played rook d3, bishop c5, activate the king, play h5. And now Levy is thinking about ideas like rook h5, rook h2, maybe g5. Rook d3 could be a thing still. But suddenly, after quite a while, Levy feels hope. Yes, chess is a tough game. Somebody already wrote it in the chat. Bishop e7. Now Stefan improves the bishop to e7. He could have done it immediately. I suppose he wants to top g5 because the bishop on e7 is getting it. He could have done it before, like here. He could have played bishop e7 right here. And he wasted a tempi for bishop f8. And now he plays bishop e7. Levy plays very quickly bishop c3. It's still not over. Levy's fighting back. Now I think Levy is feeling much better than he was feeling half an hour ago or 40 minutes ago. He is normalizing the position. He's increasing the speed. He should be the better player when it comes to endgames. I absolutely believe it. Also, one of the ideas to meet maybe rook d3 with bishop d2. Shut it down. And then use the rooks to do something here. This is still not over. Levy is fighting back. What was Levy's peak rating? Maskirta Musk is asking on Twitch. To be honest, I do not remember. It was 24... 40 something? Maybe 50. I don't remember. It was definitely over 24. Because it is one of the requirements to get the IM. And he has the IM title. Another game, another draw. I think it's still too early to tell. Now Levy looks safer, but it still continues. There was, by the way, a question, I believe I missed it earlier. How long do I think Levy is gonna take to get to the GM title? My estimation would be a couple of years, 2 or 3 years. 2 years would be optimal. Another pawn. No. Listen, I think that Stefano here is going the wrong direction. Why would he position the pawns on the color of his own bishop? This is the endgame I was talking to you about. Now Levy is completely safe. There's no way he's going to ever lose this position, even by just trading the rooks. These pawns might become targets. Now, actually, the question is, can Levy fight for something? I mean, he definitely senses that there is some sort of insecurity in Stefano's play when it comes to the endgames. The question is, can he find a way to capitalize on it? Because the position looks pretty locked. We're going to see. Hey, I see I have fellow viewers who are watching me doing the commentary for Bill as well. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you. By the way, as already mentioned, my co-host of the Builders Festival, Angelica, she's also here in Spilimbergo. From time to time, you can see her on screen because she's also a streaming her games. So I haven't mentioned this before. Maybe today I mentioned it once. That she is somewhere on the screen a bit further. Doesn't really have a good tournament so far. But the tournament is tough. Levy is not really playing for the win, is he now? Like I already said, still too early to tell. It was looking much worse before. Now it's looking okay. Why is Levy not playing e4? Visor is asking on Twitch. There are reasons. Maybe I'm not gonna go into details. It's always tough. But there are reasons. So Levy plays b4. He's attempting to generate some targets. Yeah, of course. I mean, it could backfire if black is going to take on b4, but he needs to create some targets here, fix those pawns. I think what Levy wants to do is to play b5, a4, a5. So let's say if his opponent is going to keep playing the passive way he's been playing, for example, h6, Levy wants to go here. He wants to go a4, a5, maybe lift the rook here to a file and try to do some damage. So why would he not play a4 immediately? Because Stefano already has kind of revealed his cards. Like he wants to lock down the queen side for good. And then how does Levy make progress? So one thing you have to understand with Levy's last move b4, despite the fact that he was in trouble, despite the fact the position was looking really bad, he is still trying to win. He feels he is going to be the better player when it comes to the endgames. Keep faith in Levy. The Art of Lions is saying, Coach Arthurs, do I consider the possibility that Levy makes draws, overthinks positions, and plays less good, but still amazing, of course, because while playing in back of his mind, he also hears his coach advising him, making it more difficult to play. I hope not. You know, I'm pretty positive, by the way, h6 was just played. I'm pretty positive that during the games, he is sometimes reminding himself some of the advice that I have given him. Yes, I'm sure about that. But I don't think it is influencing him to make the worst choices. I hope not. All right, h6. I think Levy's going to play b5. There's no need to take on c5. This would be really bad. Activate black's bishop and ruin the pawn structure for no good reason. So Levy's going to play b5. b5's on the board. So the idea now is to play a4, a5. He can always ignore the rook in d3. Rook a1, a4, a5. It's still drawish, but Levy's trying to make things happen here. Levy might still win this. It looks very unlikely because the position is pretty closed. It still might happen. Keep faith. One thing I think what makes this Road to GM so exciting is that Levy is an inspiration for many. For many people to attempt to pursue their dreams. And for Levy, I mean, he is a very successful, the highest, the best, most successful content creator in chess. There's no question about it. So for him, one thing that he would like to still accomplish as a chess player is to get the highest title in chess, which is the Grandmaster. So I think it's also very important for his viewers, for the community, to see him succeed, because he inspires other players not only to pick up chess, but work a bit harder on the goals and accomplish them. So I think it's really a wonderful story, not only about Levy's own GM title, but in general attempt to accomplish things that you could not before. Most likely, Stefano is going to play King of 7 because he just played H6 here. He played H6 so that the pawn on H7 is not dropping. So that's why this is necessary. But the difference in the endgames is pretty obvious. I think, look at this. This was the position a couple of moves ago. Stefano is misplaying it. So he put one pawn on the dark square of the bishop. He put the second pawn on the dark squares of the bishop. Then he put the third pawn on the dark squares of the bishop. While it maybe feels safer for you, but at the same time, this bishop is losing value because he's essentially staring in the face of all of those pawns. And on the contrary, this bishop becomes stronger because should the position open up, white can use the bishop to target these pawns. Think about some future g5 idea. Like, I remove the rooks off the board, I play g5, I play bishop e5, bishop b8, and start collect everything. King of 7 is on the board. Can I beat Hikaru? There's a question on YouTube. I have beaten him once, exactly once. And he has beaten me so many times that I want to forget. My score in online blitz games against Hikaru is just appalling. Mainly because he's he's one of the best speechless players. With no increment, he would always flag me. That's how it goes. Okay, I'm fine with that. I have never played, by the way, against Hikaru over the board. I had played some games, online blitz games against Levy. Before we were cooperating, he was, I believe, streaming a couple of them. He was ranting a bit after I think I beat him a couple of times, but he has beaten me as well online. I'm not sure what's the score, but he has beaten me before. A4 has got to be the move. Right here. A4, A5, Rook A1, generate target. Let me draw you some scenario. So let's say Levy plays here. He maybe wants to make sure that Stefano cannot close the position. Maybe he can. But okay, let's imagine A4 is on the board. Let's imagine Stefano here plays, whatever, bishop f8. Levy's going to play 5. Stefano stands and does nothing. Levy goes here. Now this suddenly is kind of a problem. Stefano plays rook d7. Takes, takes. You need to open up the file. Levy plays rook a6. Stefano plays bishop d8. Levy plays maybe... What does he play? Maybe use the rook to crash through. Here, 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 here. Black is super solid. So the best maybe Levy could do is find a way the g5 to work. Maybe here. Maybe not. So let me just show you an idea. I open up the position, put a pawn on g4 to fix those pawns, and then find a way to trade those rooks. Somehow use the bishop to eat the pawns. But as you can see, the position is pretty deadlocked. You see? This king is never going to crash through. There's no way to crash through. So it feels like the position is still quite drawish. Rook a8, Stefano is getting ready to play a5. All right. Levy corrected the black's rook on a8. Today are 2 games. Where I'm streaming from, Upendi is asking on Twitch. I'm streaming from close to the capital city of Riga, of Latvia. I mean, Riga is the capital city of Latvia. So I'm in Latvia. I'm not in Italy. I'm not there. All right. The only idea Levy can think of is to play a5. I suppose rook a1. Maybe a5 immediately. Otherwise, black is going to shut the doors. Rook d1 or rook d2 could be a move. You know what I find it amazing? Is that Stefano never even attempted to land the rook on d3. Just saw no need. Because he did not see how he can capitalize on this outpost on d3. The position is equal. Yeah, I see. Burger Man on Twitch is saying minus 0.27 now. No, Levy is pushing. He is pushing. There's just difficult. It's difficult to crash through. By the way, the clock situation is about even. 13 minutes versus 16. Could have been worse. Levy, right after the opening, he made a couple of inaccuracies. He was in trouble. Angel would even say that he was losing. But now here we are. We are in an endgame where Levy is pushing. Is it correct that older players are usually stronger in endgame? Wureka writes on YouTube. I think so. Because they have more experience. So imagine this. You have played 200 games. I mean, I made this comparison. For example, a young player like Stefano. Again, like I already said, I have no idea how Stefano plays in games. So it's just a guess. Let's say a young player has played 200 classical games over the board. Not more, because he's just a young player. 180 games of those, they're going to finish in a middle game, and 20 of those games are going to end in an endgame. So this means his learning process from practical over-the-board games comes from only 20 games. And then you compare it to a more expensive player who has played not 200 games over the board, but 2,000. And with the same ratio, he has played 1,800 games in middle game and 200 in endgame. So essentially, that's the difference. 200 games versus 20. Also, the possibility to have studied more material in endgames, because in general, let me tell you this. Youngsters do not play endgames. They do not like studying endgames. Okay, maybe there's some positive examples, but mainly they don't like it. So my advice to you, the viewers, if you would like to become better players and you're thinking about where to invest your time, I suggest to study endgames. One of my greatest books I keep recommending all the time. Yeah, this is probably getting pretty old already. Is this book? Dvoretsky's Endgame Manual. There's also, I believe, Jeremy Silman's Endgame book. There's the 100 Endgames You Should Know. I believe also Chessable has digitalized couple of those books in a digital version. Studied endgames. You know why? Because you can study any types of openings like Sicilian, Caracan, French, Slav, whatnot. But most often they go to the endgames anyway. If the players are playing at a good level, the fighting goes to the endgame. And this is why it's gonna help you no matter what openings you play. Every single aspect of chess obviously is important. A5 is on the board. Yeah, Levy yet hasn't played it. There you go. There's a small delay. I do not think that Stefano here is going to play a6 because it kind of contradicts the way he was playing this game. Like, it just looks so risky. B takes on a6, rook a6, a takes on b6, rook b6, and rook a1. Okay, the position is pretty level, but now white is finding ways to crash through. Of course, black is super solid, the pawn on c5 is protected, but there are ideas for white. So I don't think a6 is going to happen. And Stefano could play something like bishop d8. Or maybe take it and play a6. No, I'm not sure. There's a question by Yibak Saku. What is the process of hire a player to seek out a coach who can take them to the next level? Meaning, what kind of topics we talk about? Usually, more advanced stuff. I mean, probably the right answer would be, what's the difference between IM and GM? And we talk about those differences. So in general, GMs are slightly better at everything. They slightly better calculate. We are going to talk on that, how to improve the calculation. They have slightly deeper understanding about some certain positions. We are working on that. Maybe sometimes, but not necessarily always, they have the better openings. So we are working on that as well. And psychology-wise, I'm not sure. So it's small differences overall. And it's not that big difference. For example, the difference between IM and GM, and for example, candidate master to IM. I think that's pretty huge. So IM is going to be much stronger than the candidate master. IM and GM very often they're quite similar. But it's just those small nuances, smarter choices, practice, that makes the difference. Levy has the talent. He has the correct attitude towards work. So that's why I'm sure that he's going to make it. Levy has a nice imagination as well. By the way, somebody mentioned that maybe on a different context, but do all GMs try to hide their openings when they play online? Midvid is asking on Twitch. Yeah. There are players who are creating incognito accounts and practicing the openings online. That is a problem. Everything nowadays is available. You for example, let's say I am studying a new opening, like I want to play Najdorf. So I buy Chessable course, Giri's Najdorf course, and I want to go out and start crushing everybody. The problem is, I do not feel. Meaning, I do not feel it. I have no practice. So where do I practice those games? I go online. So I play online. For example, I go to chess.com, play a lot of games against very strong players. I get my practice, the feeling. There's the problem. Those games are available online immediately. So if I'm going to play in a very important tournament against a very highly competitive player, what do you think he's going to do? He's going to type in Google my first name and last name and chess.com. He's going to find all my games. He's like, aha, you've been practicing Najdorf lately. Aha, so you're playing this. Let me run an engine and prepare against you. The element of surprise is gone. That's why it's a pretty popular thing that you practice incognito. So you create an incognito account and you practice specifically your openings. This is pretty standard practice. By the way, I do not do it myself. I play all my games on the same accounts. I always have my first and last name. I don't care. If you want to study those games, be my guest. I don't mind it. So, Stefano is thinking on the clock situation, it's pretty equal. I think that Levy still has chances to win this game because he's the better player in games. And Stefano is a bit passive. This is something I told Levy before the game, is that Stefano at moments, he tends to become a bit passive, maybe because of the high respect for the opponents. I'm pretty sure that Stefano knows who Levy is. Maybe he has even watched some of Levy's videos, follows his channel. Maybe he's a fan. I don't know. But everybody knows who Levy is in chess world. So Levy's fighting back. And I think the biggest problem here for Stefano is to understand what to do next. Push a6, take on a5, be passive. What do I do? Maybe to you the position feels quite simple. It's still not simple. a6, by the way, wow. Wow. I did not expect this. That's a surprise. Rook a1 immediately responded by Levy. B takes on a5. Very quickly, the players are increasing their pace. Rook a5 is a move. Bishop a5 is a move. b6 is a move. So they start to play a bit faster. Maybe b6 is a move. b6, bishop a5, and rook b1. Create a pass pawn. Why not? Would I blame Levy if he would agree to draw? No, of course not. But Levy is not gonna make a quick draw. You know, he's a fighter. He wants to win. And probably he also expects that his chat would not forgive him for not trying. But I think he mainly thinks about himself, that he wants to turn around the way this tournament has been going. So, by the way, for the first time since the very beginning, the engine bar says that white is slightly better. I assume it's because of the b6 move. All right. Speaking about kids, and young talents. King b3. Wow. What a move. What a move. I did not expect this move, but it looks pretty interesting. So Levy positionally sacrifices the pawn. I like it. He wants to connect the other rook. I like his chances. That's a brilliant move. So his idea is here to put the king on c4. And the king is a piece. And then use the other rook to lift it, collect the pawn on a5, and then use this pawn to push it to queens. This bishop is pretty bad. But again, you need to check some c4 checks here. c4 check, activate the rook, king a4, bishop b4, rook c2, rook b1. It can get really spicy, really quick. I like what he's doing. Levy is fighting for the victory here. I see also Henry on YouTube suggests, what if Levy play king b3 here? I didn't consider this move. Now that I see it, Levy has a realistic chance here, the viewers. I don't care what the bar says. He has a chance. There's suggestion this looks like a draw. I disagree. It looked like a draw before. Now Levy's making a claim. And he has more time on the clock. I'm starting to believe that Levy can do it. Rook b8 is played. I suppose king a4. King a4 takes c4. What is this position? King a4 takes c4. Look at the bar. Look at the bar. So this extra pawn doesn't matter. The king on a4 is feeling really nice. Maybe some rook d1, bishop b4, rook c2. So black is up a pawn, but what does it matter? They're weak. Look at the bar. Black is up a pawn and he's in trouble. This is the difference in understanding of the endgames. I hope it's going to happen. King a4 is on the board. Looks very promising. Levy's feeling his chance. I'm actually quite puzzled that the engine says that this is somehow slightly better for black. Visually, I like Levy's position more. I like it more. Stefano under serious pressure here. Do you believe, chat, that Levy is going to do it? I start to believe that he's going to do it. The entire game is going to that direction. I've been in this situation too many times. And I can sense moments when the player loses the control of the game. And this is what the engine bar is never going to tell you. Stefano is feeling fire here. He's not sure. The bar slightly prefers for some reason him. I don't buy this. I think Levy's becoming a favorite in this game. Don't be surprised if after a couple of moves, the bar is going to jump in favor for white. Why is this? Levy's playing essentially an extra piece. The king on a4 is a piece. Compared to king on f7, which is a bystander, This king on a4, the king is not only something you have to protect, it's something you can use as a piece to do good. Levy knows this. Nathan Shively is asking, why did Levy not arrive in Spilimbergo earlier? I suppose avoid the jet lag. We had this question a couple of times. Would you believe me if I would tell you he had reasons? Not always you can do everything that you want to do. I'm sure there was something preventing him to coming here earlier. Levy is a very busy person. Let's see what Stefanov is going to do. 4 minutes for the young Italian player. So he takes on b5, he takes on b5, execute very quickly. Levy forms a pass pawn. Well, how do you defend this position? By the way, I would like to mention bishop a5 in some lines would be catastrophic idea. Rook a5, rook a5, rook a8 check. You blundered the rook at a1. But I don't think this pawn here really matters. I do not think so. Levy feels he has a chance. Now, this is really a good feeling, especially when you felt that your position is so bad in the middle of the game. It was very depressed. He managed to fight back. And now he feels that he's the better player in the endgame. He feels that his opponent is not feeling the position. Rook b7 is played. There goes up the bar. I told you this is going to happen. Levy is still not obviously winning, but Stefanov here is very passive. Levy's taking over the game. How about something like rook d2, rook b1? And for black, it is getting really difficult to play this position. You're probably wondering, wait a second, I mean, black is up a pawn. It should be important, right? Not always. What matters is the piece activity. Actually, I think rook d2 is a very easy move. This rook is not doing anything. Rook b1 also could be a move. I would just grab the d file before my opponent starts to have some funny ideas about it. By the way, I was just checking the engine. What engine is saying here for black? Engine said here, Stefanov had to play rook d8. Ignore the pawn. And after b6, play rook d3. And stay at equal position. It makes no sense. Because why would you ignore the pawn on b6? And it will be completely the other direction where Stefanov was paying his attention. He didn't pick it up. And that's why the bar goes immediately up for white. Rook d2 Levy, you gotta pick it up. Rook b1. Don't like this. I would have taken the d file first. Why is he not taking the d file? Maybe he treats that rook d8 is not going to happen anyway. He's going to play b6, king b5, crash through. Not sure I like this move. Maybe there was something that Levy didn't like about rook d2. Maybe something like rook d8, or rook d8, bishop d8. And Levy didn't see the progress. But to be honest, it feels really great. Like rook d1, bishop b6, rook d6, rook c6, bishop a5. White is cruising. Yeah, this is a minor missed opportunity for Levy. I do not like this move. But again, it's very strictly, most likely linked to the rook d8. There you go. Do it again. Rook d2, take over the d file. Stefanov is attempting to protect the pawn on a5. It does not matter. This pawn actually is something that black would love to give up. Why? Because he would have some counterplay. It's meaningless. But again, Stefano's idea is to play bishop b6, c4, and hit the pawn on e3. Rook d2 is on the board. Levy's pressing. I suppose bishop b6, rook d6, c4, and somehow protect the pawn here. Maybe it could be something like bishop b6, rook d6, c4, bishop d4, take it, and rook d4. Could be. We're going to see. Bishop b6 is on the board. Rook d6, I think it should be played. Maybe there's some other ideas for white. I'm not sure. Could be also the opportunity at some point to play g5 and use the fact that this bishop on d8 no longer is guarding the g5 square. No, Levy plays rook d6 immediately. But what is he going to do after c4? c4 is going to be a pretty obvious response. Is he going to play bishop d4? Maybe c4 rook e1 is the move. That's a very difficult move to make. I'm not sure he's going to play it. It looks like Levy wants to play bishop d4. Come on, Levy, you can do it. Three and a half minutes for Stefano. c4 is very logical move. King e7. So now Stefano is trying to bring the rook, the king to the game. King e7, rook c6. Another mistake for the Italian player. And now Levy's bar goes way up, way up. He's doing really great here. Rook c6 is a very easy move. Maybe g5 at the right moment, creating another weakness in black's position. Stefano's position is falling apart. I think rook c6 and g5, Levy is definitely going to pick up. And there's no way to counter the rook on c6. Maybe there's rook d8 idea, some counterplay. So that's why Levy might not be willing to give up the d-file so easily. So rook d1 could be a move. Try to control the d-file. I really like the g5 idea, getting those weaknesses. Remember what I told you. One of the downsides for black by positioning the pawns on the dark squares. This bishop, this b, as Hikaru really likes to say, can use those pawns as targets in an endgame. I think it's a good moment here for Levy to slow down a bit. Rook c6 looks good, but it gives up the d-file. He is perfectly aware that most likely Stefano is going to attempt to be active. g5 is definitely in his radar, in some lines, creating targets. Rook d1 maybe is the right move, actually. But again, every single position is super concrete. Rook d1 is played. I like this move. Because there's no need for the rook to stand on b1. The pawn on b5 is protected. Levy deals with rook d8 idea. c4 most likely will follow. Hitting the pawn on e3. Maybe this is the idea, the moment for Levy to play g5. Expose the king, create targets. And also, in some lines, create mating ideas. Levy is very seriously pressing here for the victory. The position that seemed to be terrible after the opening, very bad in the middle game, it calmed down in an endgame, and Levy proves that he is the better endgame player all around. c4 has got to be the move. I mean, for Stefano here, there's no need to be worried about the pawn on c5 because the bishop on b6 is so tragic. It really needs some targets to target this pawn on e3, but g5 is a very obvious idea here. Especially in the time scramble, you're seeing all kinds of ghosts. It's so difficult to defend the position. And that's why I'm always saying, every single one of them, every single one of you, who you want to be better players in time scramble, try attacking. Yeah, you can see he grabs his cat. Rook d8 is a move. He's fighting for the d-fob. That's a move I did not see. Is this a blunder, by the way? Rook b6. Is this a possibility here, right, for Levy? Is this working even? I'm not sure. How about just take it and play bishop a5? Levy, you gotta work it out. I mean, this is a very serious move. The idea, rook d1 is rook b7. So you take it, rook d8, king d8, bishop a5, king c7. That's a beautiful pin. But where's the follow-up? Where's the follow-up? Maybe it's not a win yet. Yeah, by the way, the bar said it's just a draw. Something like king b3, king b7, takes, king c4. No, this doesn't look good. Please do not do it. So, rook d8, bishop d8. I suppose now it's the time to take the pawn on a5. So, bishop takes on a5. You're going to take rook a7. It's going to be rook d8. And this position, I think it's going to be winning for white. Takes here. What could it be the move? King a6, c4, b6, c3, b7, king c7, king a7. White promotes to a queen. So, again, rook d8, bishop d8, bishop a5. There's no rook a7, I think. Rook a7, let me double check it. Rook a7, rook d8, rook a5, king d8. This is a very important move. Not b6, because if you play b6, king c8, king a6, king b8, black is just in time, although white still wins. So, once again, rook d8, bishop a5. How does black counter this? You're going to play rook a7, you got to take it. And now this pawn should decide the favorite game in favor for white. b6, king b5, king c6. This pawn is going nowhere. This king is cut off. Again, rook d7 should be very similar. Takes, and play something like b6, here, king b5. White wins. Rook takes on d8 is on the board. Levy's winning. You calculate. You do not guess. The only move, by the way, according to Angel, bishop takes on a5 is on the board. So I think Levy's going to win this. I mean, this is definitely looking very promising. The difference in the endgame skills ultimately makes all the difference in the world. Maybe there are some lines where black has some counterplay, but I'm also, of course, having a major spoiler in front of me, which is the evaluation bar. It is way up. This B pawn is very strong. The white king is much more active, so this means that here Levy should be able to win this. I told you, keep the faith in Levy. He's fighting. And even when the position was looking slightly better for black, I told that there's a great chance that black's position is going to become worse and worse. I've seen it so many times. Because when you look at the position itself, yeah, it seems like it's equal. But when you see how the game has been progressing, you're definitely seeing the pattern here. So, bishop a5, king a5, c4, b6. I think it's already a technical victory here. Maybe final trick, rook a7. All right. 2 minutes for the young Italian player. Maybe rook d7 is the move here. I don't think this endgame can be salvageable. Rook a7 is the big idea here. If rook a7 doesn't work, then white is simply winning. Bishop a5, king a5 is played very quickly. I hope that Levy is not going to rush at the wrong moment and still stay focused. Do not mess it up. Rook d7, I think it's going to lose because white is simply advancing faster. This king is cut off. If the king was on c7, it would have been a draw most likely because you put the king on b8, this b pawn is going nowhere. Now, this king is not joining the action. Very strong play in an endgame by Levy. This king a4, king b3, king a4 was a very powerful concept. 1.5 minutes for the young Italian player. Levy has 7 minutes. He is in complete control here. Maybe final check here, try to activate the rook. But, for example, here, while it is loading now at the most inappropriate moment. So, rook a7, king b6. Rook a3, king c7. This b pawn is rolling forward. The pawn on c5 is sheltering the king. Let me refresh the camera. Just a second. I apologize. I'm turning it off for the moment so that I can refresh it. All right. Let me put it back. There you go. Rook a3 is played. Now Levy is completely winning here. King c7, b6, b7, b8. This is piece of cake for him. He's gonna do it. So after king c7, black would love to remove the c pawn so that he can give checks. This is what we call in chess an umbrella position. The pawn on c5 feels like an umbrella in a raining day. You're putting in front of you. There's no rain coming. For Levy, it means no checks from the opponent. King c7, easy move. King c6 does the job as well. Maybe he's just making sure that black cannot collect too many pawns and then somehow charge forward. But I don't believe it. Still, you cannot lose your guard at the most critical moment. King c5, I wouldn't take this pawn, but probably it's also winning. You want to use this pawn to shelter the checks. Rook e1 is the move that Levy's not even considering, I'm pretty sure, because the black king would come just closer. Technically winning position. He has 6 minutes. Time to figure it out. So let's check it. King c7, rook a3, b6, rook g3. Maybe Levy even can afford to play something like rook b1. Stopping rook b3. But to be honest, I think even this is winning. b7, here, b8 queen, takes, and takes. Wow, Engine says this is not winning. How is this not winning? f5. G takes and king f6. Wow, what? And black is very fast with the counterplay here. Wow, 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 wow. So it's still not so clear. So king c7, rook e3, b6, rook g3. Maybe it's the only move rook b1. Rook b1, rook d3, b7, rook d7, king c6. And now this is winning. Oh my goodness, I hope he's not going to miss this. Probably there's more than one way to win this. The position is highly technical. Maybe play king c7, take it. I was wondering about rook b1 immediately. But there are problems with c4, b6, c3, b7, c2. Doesn't feel quite right. We are about to see. I think I saw king c7 was just played. Stefano's only chance is to collect those 2 pawns. Go here, play f5, king f6, organize a counterplay. It's winning, but there are underwater stones to avoid. Losing your guard at the wrong moment is also a huge part in chess. He needs to be accurate here. 1 minute for the Italian player. Hope he sees the idea. Yeah, this is, by the way, is the only idea that black can think of. Collect those pawns, give up the rook, and play f5, king f6. Makes perfect sense. Not only Levy should be... Obviously, he feels he's winning, but this is also a very slippery ground. He's been here many, many times. 30 seconds for the Italian player. Maybe he's checking c4, c3, c2. If he's just in time. This is what he plays. c4. Now this is a waste of tempi. How about you play b6 right here? b6, c3. This is what he wants. b7 and c2. Wow. That is a very nice idea. Let me check what was played in the game. B6 was just played. So, C3, B7, C2. Where does Levy win? Rook D7 check. King E8 is a mate. King E6. Check. Here. I look at these viewers. B8 queen. Black queens. But the king delivers a mate on the board with King D8 discovered check. How about that? Wow. No way to go. Black promotes to the queen. But white is delivering a checkmate. I think we're seeing this. No? No. Rook D3 instead is played. Now, that was a very fascinating line. Let me show it to you again. So, C3, B7, C2 with the idea to play rook C3 check, collect the rook, check it, here. Seems like a big threat. Yes? No. King E5 is the only move. Queen here. Queen. King D8, checkmate. Okay, if you want to be really fancy, you can play King B7 as well. Rook D3. This already is winning. B7 is definitely winning here. Rook C1 should be winning as well. I'm not sure what I would do. All of these combinations seem winning. Maybe just play B7 and be done with this. Because there's no way you're going to misplay that position with up a queen. But Levy's in this position looking for the cleanest way to win the game. What a comeback so far. And in total, we have about 20,000 viewers at the same time watching Levy coming back from probably strategically lost position in his round 5 game here in Spilimbergo Open, where Levy is pursuing his GM run for the GM norm. He had a rather slow start, 3 draws in a row. In this game, it was looking pretty bleak, but it is the endgame skills that probably is going to allow Levy to prevail. B7, I like this move. It's a great choice. No matter what happens, Levy is promoting to queen. Rook takes on D1. Happens. By the way, it's actually a pretty funny position. For example, here, Levy obviously is going to promote to the queen. You remove the c-pawn, black would be okay. Rook c1, rook b4 to collect the queen. This pawn on c4 is something that Stefano will love to disappear from the board. You cannot do that. Stefano has way too many pawns on the board. Levy is going to win this. Yeah, I see the chat is going crazy. Thank you for believing in Levy. So rook d7 check. I believe this is going to be the final move. Checking if the opponent is not hallucinating something. Of course, he's not. King c6. This is it. Here, this rook is completely dominated. Opponent c4 falls. This falls. Levy's easily winning this. So we're seeing the final moves of this game. Maybe play rook d8 and threaten that after queen b4, rook c8 check. No chance that Levy is going to miss this. I believe we are seeing the end of the game right here. So let's see if Stefano, my apologies, if he is going to resign right here. 20 seconds. I think it's time to resign because he knows he's beat. He was playing really great game, but it is what it is. Rook d3, okay? The game continues. He hits the pawn on e3. Queen b4, queen c4. Levy plays very quickly. Also, you want to be confident and show some strength that I got this. I know I'm going to win this. Stefano double checks where to move the king. It's time to resign. No, he doesn't want yet to resign. King f7. There's queen c4 check. There's no place to put a king. Just no way. I mean, king d8 is queen f8 mate on the board. You're going to do that. He does play something. He plays king f7. No, king e8. Queen c4, queen g8, queen g7. Everything starts to fall apart. Levy will win this in a bullet game if he had to. There you go. Now, of course, Stefano knows he has to resign, but he's so unhappy about how he played the Endgame. Deja vu, unfortunately for him. He's been in this situation many times before. I think he has a bright career ahead of him. Very nice, talented player from Italy. But ultimately, it was the endgame skills that allowed Levy to prevail. So, the pawn on e4 falls. Rook a3, still played. Queen g8, queen g7. I think we are about to see a mate on the board. I already see where it is. Queen g8, king e7. They play out the final moves very quickly, and Levy is 5 minutes before scoring his second victory here in the Spilimbergo Open Tournament of 2024. King e8, and I believe king d6 is going to seal the deal. That's it. It's a mate on the board. Queen g8 or queen e7 is incoming. One spy check, king e6, and that's it. I really feel for Stefano. That's part of the learning process. I think he started to play a bit passive at the wrong moment. And it's going to be a valuable lesson. Now Levy's double checking what's the fastest way to win this. Maybe just collect the pawns. Queen d7. I don't know. King d6 was immediately winning the game. Why this check is necessary, I'm not so sure. Let's see what Levy's going to find here. Queen c8 check. All right. He has found a way, I suppose, to pick up the rook. Check, check, check. Collect the rook. King can never go to g6. That's going to be a mate. And where's the move? Where's the move? That's a resignation right here. Levy Rosman wins. Round number 5 of the Spilimbergo Open, keeping his chances for a good result and also for the first Grandmaster Norm alive. It's going to be really difficult, but you have to give obviously huge respect for his young opponent. I'm very, very happy for Levy for this comeback, because at some point after the opening it was looking pretty depressing, but he managed to keep his cool head. I'm so proud of you, Levy, that in this very difficult moment when Levy was having very difficult time to gather the thoughts, the situation was just going out of control. The young Italian player at some point, according to engines, was strategically winning, but he was unable to capitalize on it. And then the endgame, the difference in endgame, my dear viewers, that's why I'm telling you, like, once again, believe in Levy. You know, believe in his skills. He had a rough start. He's fighting, and I think this is what makes a true champion. So, great stuff. All right, so I think we are about to wrap up. I would like to say is that there's going to be one more round today, which will be played in exactly, let me tell you, precise time. Let me check it. In exactly 2 hours, I believe. So this next coverage is going to start in exactly 2 hours, and I hope that Levy is going to have enough time to recover, have some pasta or something, and then come back for the next round. So I think also this victory, this hard victory, maybe it was not the most pleasant, maybe it was not the most beautiful victory. It is still a victory that would always take the most ugly victory over the most beautiful loss any given day. So you're going to have to come back for round 6 of the Spilimbergo Open of 2024 in exactly 2 hours. I'm going to create an event on the YouTube channel. So I'm going to be seeing you, and thank you to all the community members who are positive. I didn't quite like some of the spammers we had early on. I think there's way to grow for the community. At least I'm happy they're gone. And to everybody else who was keeping the positive vibe in the chat, both on Twitch and YouTube, really appreciate it. You were the best. And keep faith in Levy. I'll be back in about 2 hours. Have a great dinner. Have a dinner, lunch. I think actually. Try to help Levy to prep for the next game. And wow, it's fantastic. So see you in a break. So I think we have a cause for a small celebration. Take care and see you in